Welcome, everybody. I am Love Coach Scott Thomas, and you are watching Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe.
Yeah, 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 yeah. We shall be the peacemakers. We shall be the peacemakers, and we shall become the children of love, children of love, the children of love, children
Welcome, everybody. I'm Love Coach Scott Thomas, and we really love our bumper. I want to thank Larissa Stowe for that amazing music that she provided for us. You know, tonight's going to be a very special show. Deborah's going to tell you more about it in a moment. But I want to acknowledge that, of course, you've often heard, those of you who have come many times, that we are the ones we've been waiting for. And this is the time we've been preparing for. And that actually even comes from the Hopi Indian prophecy. And at this incredible time of change, we started running this show when the pandemic first started. And it's all about bringing us all together. And now more than ever, we need the wisdom of the Native American people. And I want to thank Jay Mayer. You'll see a lot of Jay tonight, who came up with the inspiration for us to do this show. And it's especially powerful, and many of us are on the West Coast. And right now, the West Coast is on fire with extraordinary, never seen before, unprecedented wildfires. And I'm sure some of our presenters are going to talk about that as well. I really want to thank our broadcast partners. We have right now we're coming to you on so many different places. I want to welcome everybody who's watching on Facebook, but I also want to welcome all the people who are part of our broadcast partners. Unify. This is the fourth weekend in a row that Unify has carried us. And we know that thousands of people watch us on Unify. So welcome to all of our friends on Unify. We also really appreciate Disclosure Fest Foundation. We're doing a special show just with them on September 26th. Also, we're going to be collaborating quite a bit with Global Days of Unity. We love our friends at Earth Dance Global, Awake TV. It's a wonderful new network where you can watch a lot of programming like this. I want to thank John and Summer Raymer and the Sign Network. When they do a sine wave, we get out to 50, 60, 70 Facebook groups that way. So thank you. And of course, our good buddy, Alan Steinfeld with New Realities TV. And again, Portal to Ascension, we're collaborating with them also on September 26th. And I also want to say thank you to my company, Love Coach Academy, where this is originating. So thank you. Also want to invite anybody who is on Facebook right now. You can come directly into our Zoom room. And there's a lot of reasons to do that. I'm going to pull up a different poster here. But by coming into our Zoom room, there's all sorts of wonderful things. First of all, there's a lot of chat that goes on in our Zoom room. So just go to globalpeacetribe.com. It's very easy to register. www.globalpeacetribe.com. No matter when you're seeing this right now, go there. There's still room. Come on into our Zoom room. And that's where you can chat with us directly. And also at the end of our show, we have community connections where members of our Zoom room come in and share a little bit about how they were inspired by the show. Also, there's a lot of other things that happen when you do register. You get our show schedule. You also get an email with the replay of the past show and a link where you can go to all of our previous shows. We've been doing this for 5 months now. We also provide gift packages, and you get access to all the live online shows that Love Coach Academy provides. So again, if you're watching on Facebook, go to globalpeacetribe.com. Also want to ask everybody, if you're on Facebook, and almost everybody is, even if you're in the Zoom room, a wonderful way to meet more people is share this. Share our Facebook feed on your group, on your page. It's a wonderful way for us to meet people. And then the last announcement that I want to make before I turn it over to Deborah is that we are starting a new program, which is we want to encourage those of you who are on Facebook to have a watch party. And if you're starting a watch party on Facebook, send me a Facebook private message saying your name, where your watch party is, and during the show, we're going to acknowledge you. So it might be, hey, welcome Julie, who's got a watch party in Petaluma, or wow, Steiner in Bali, or Judy in Columbia, Missouri, or Maureen in Boston. And by the way, I'm taking those as real names, real locations from people that have come into our Zoom room. We now have over 200 people in our Zoom room. And everybody in your Zoom room, please give us your name and where you're from. All right, that's my part of it. I'm going to turn it over to my partner, Deborah.
Thank you, Scott, and welcome everyone to what is now our 23rd show that we've done since the lockdown. And this is the last two shows of our new season, and we're coming up with 12 new shows that we're going to create for you October through December. So look for that. And again, we thank you so much for your donations when you signed up for registration. Those donations really help us give the quality of the broadcast and the quality of the shows that we're planning for you in the future. So thank you so much. And again, this is going to be a really special show, and we are so honored to present it. Our theme is honoring Indigenous wisdom as a source of deep healing and transformation in our challenging times. And we all know that our modern world is not quite the same that it used to be, and it's not showing up the way we typically know it. There's the pandemic, there's economic struggle, there's a polarization of our political system, and the fires. And when we're in struggle, stress, and survival, we tend to have more of a listening to what else do we need to know to shift this reality and bring it back. And I know I myself and many really honor and listen to Indigenous wisdom. The people of our nation, of our earth that have been here and work in harmony with the earth and have so much in nature wisdom to share with us. They share wisdom and awaken our awareness and nourish our souls. So this is a real time that we can listen to them and hear what they have to tell us about how we need to shift. And we know the shift is coming, the shift is happening, and what can they tell us to help bring our world back to a state of harmony and being in connection with all our relations. So we've created a fabulous show for you. We have amazing Indigenous elders, luminaries, musicians to share that wisdom. So I'd like to share who's going to be on the show now. We are so proud to have Chief Golden Light Eagle. He's the teacher of the Starways. He's one of the original code carriers of Turtle Island, North America, as well as a Nakota Sun Dadge Chief. Thank you, Chief, for being with us.
Yeah.
We are also going to show a video of Grandmother Flor de Mayo. She is a Mayan priestess and one of the 13 grandmothers of the International Council of the 13 Indigenous Grandmothers. And that's a global alliance that teaches ancestral ways of prayers, education, and healing. We also have Chief Phil Lane, who's a member of the Yankton Dakota and Chickasaw Nations. He's internationally recognized leader in human and community development. Hello, Phil.
Good evening. Good evening,
We-
Melodies.
Wonderful. We have Antarko, who's a keeper of knowledge of ancestral wisdom in the Incan culture. Thank you. We have Dave Shorchin. He's a respected elder and knowledge keeper of the Anishinaabe Nation, who has devoted his life to sharing Indigenous knowledge and carrying the message of the Indigenous. We also have a really wonderful person, Stephen Newcomb. He's an amazing scholar, author, journalist, filmmaker, public speaker, and workshop leader and facilitator. And we have his daughter, Shauna Boostar Newcomb, who's the young, blossoming Indigenous voice. She helped us with our program. She is one that opens the hearts and minds as an international speaker, spiritual practitioner, and healer. Thank you so much, Shauna. And we have Jay Mayer, who inspired this show, is very committed to Indigenous wisdom. He's our sponsor of tonight. He's the founder of Light Touch. We also have musicians, Joanne Shenandoah, who's a Grammy Award winner of America's Celebrated Musicians and Lecturers. And we're bringing Suzanne Sterling. She's a contemporary musical priestess. We also have Olox with us, who is from the Shaka Nations in the people of Siberia, and they've been featured on America's Got Talent. And we will also have Rogelio, who will bring us medicine wheel empowerments with the sacred drum, flute, and songs and chants. So we encourage you to invite people now to join us in our Zoom room still. We're going to put that link in the chat room where you can invite your friends to join us, share on Facebook. At the very end, if you're on the Zoom room, we will have community connections, and that's where you can come on and give a 1-minute transmission of your wisdom. We see us all as teachers, all as seeing the wisdom of what we need to share, so you can come on and join us. And another thing we're going to be featuring is our GoFundMe campaign. We work with the gifting economy, which is so powerful, especially on a virtual program like this. We gift this program to you, and you can donate back to us at any level you want in the registration or with our GoFundMe. And we choose one organization and one person in need that you can help, and you can really make a difference. So we invite you to donate to the GoFundMe. Today, we're going to be helping Grandmother's Flor de Mayo Seed and Temple, Sacred Temple for Humanity called The Path. She tapes the sacred seed and keeps the wisdom in her nonprofit organization on her land in New Mexico. And we're also going to be helping Eric James, who lost his home and his recording studio in the Santa Cruz fire. So we're going to be posting the GoFundMe in the chat room, and you can go to GoFundMe and just type in Global Peace Tribe, and your green love can make a huge difference to these people. So thank you. And now we'd like to hear from our sponsor and the person who inspired this amazing show, Jay Mayer.
Hi. Well, it's an honor to be here, and I thank Scott and everyone, Deborah, everyone involved for making it a reality. And this actually is a passion of mine, and I'll talk about it more later, but I didn't know why I was such a shy person when I was growing up. And, it was because of, what this nation did, and how we were created. And I'm feeling a lot better being able to create a space where we can come together and share the truth. The truth is the Native American wisdom, and get back to the land. And that really is the hope for the future. And that's what I see happening in the days that are coming to us, that we will acquire that knowledge again, and it will help and save and preserve the earth, for future generations. And that really is the hope. We have to be one with nature. We have to listen to nature, and the native spirits, Native Americans will help us, to find our way in this lost society. So thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you so much for your gift of your green energy to make this happen, and the dedication from your heart to have this wisdom to go out far and wide. We appreciate you so much. And we love to start the show with music, because music speaks to everyone. It raises the vibration, it opens our heart, and it gets us in the mood to receive on a really deep level. So we're going to be opening the show with this amazing woman, Suzanne Sterling. She's a contemporary musical priestess, and she creates sacred and participatory ceremonies for large gatherings and festivals worldwide. She's an ecstatic vocalist, innovative composer, teacher, invoker of the sacred. I've known Suzanne for a long time personally. She performed at my Harmony Festival for so many years. I love her music. She really is one that touches the soul, touches the heart, and opens up the high vibrations. So thank you, Suzanne, for opening up our show.
My pleasure.
Welcome.
Hello to all of you out there. I'm Suzanne. I live in Oakland, which is originally Ohlone territory. I'm right now in Bridgeport, California, and sang today with the creeks and the rocks and the trees. I'm going to offer this up as a living prayer right now. Why is the sky so blue today? Why can I see through to the other side? Why do I call your name when I need you? Why do I only see you when you want me to? Why does a dream seem like a reason to go on living? Why do I even care? When the world seems so crazy, I need to know, but I will live and let go, because my soul is on fire. My soul's burning down because my soul is on fire. It's burning down to the ground because my soul is on fire. Your love's burning me down because my soul is on fire. Why does it hurt like it hurts when it hurts? Why is my heart breaking open, lying, bleeding? Why do I love like I have no tomorrow? Why do I feel alive only when I'm singing? Because my soul is on fire. Your soul's burning down because my soul is on fire. It's burning down to the ground because my soul is on fire. Your love's burning me down because my soul is on fire. Oh, woman, hey, yeah. Oh, woman, hey, yeah. Oh, woman, hey, yeah. Oh, I'm not. Oh, hey, yeah. Oh, I'm not. Hey, yeah. Oh, I'm not. Hey, yeah. Oh, I'm not. I could take my robe, my staff, and walk away. I could give my life up to spirit every single day. I could climb the wildest mountain. I could give everything away. I'm gonna walk in the sun and find my freedom, beholden to no one and able to love everyone. I want to thank you for turning me on. I'll be singing myself back home, because my soul is on fire. My soul's burning down because my soul fire is burning down to the ground because my soul is on fire. Your love's burning me down because my soul is on fire. Oh, I'm not here, yeah. Oh, I'm not here, yeah. Oh, I'm not here, yeah. Oh, I'm not. Oh, not here, yeah. Oh, I'm not here, yeah. Oh, I'm not. Yeah, oh, I'm not. Ever since the day you came to take me, ever since the day you came to wake me up, ever since the day you came to take me, oh, ever since the day you came to wake me up, wake me up. Wake me up the day you came to take me. Since the day you came to wake me up. Ever since the day you came to take me. Ever since the day you came to wake me up.
I'm a longtime fan of Suzanne's, and the moment you hit that first note, I literally felt shivers going down. So, oh my God, it's Suzanne. So good to hear your voice again.
Thank you.
And I want to encourage everybody. Suzanne's got a couple of things I want to share. She's got a great website where you can get a lot more about her workshops, her music, and it's easy. It's SuzanneSterling.com. SuzanneSterling.com. And I also want to introduce people to something else that she's got, which is a very exciting new class that she's about to offer. And so, Suzanne, tell us a little bit about the Voice of Change.
Yeah, Voice of Change is a piece of work designed to help folks step into truth telling, finding their voice, finding the resonance of their soul, giving voice to it on behalf of justice, on behalf of peace, on behalf of social change. And so it's a process of joyfully stepping into our self-expression. And I deeply believe that humans are hardwired for self-expression in community, and that especially here in the West, we have silenced ourselves or been silenced. And so my work is about supporting folks in stepping out and speaking out and advocating for the change that we want to see in the world. And this is a class I'm offering through my nonprofit, which is called Off the Mat Into the World. We train yoga practitioners and other embodiment practitioners to step into their activism in the world. So please join me. I look forward to doing this work. It's the work of my life, and it really lights me up from the inside. And I think it's really important in these times, especially.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Suzanne. I've got great news. Suzanne's going to give us another song a little bit later on in the show. And I want to welcome, we've got over 325 people in our Zoom room. If you haven't already told us your name and where you're from, please do so. It's really fun to see all the different places that people are coming in from. And again, I want to remind our friends watching on Facebook, you can still come into our Zoom room, which is a great thing to do. Just go to globalpeacetribe.com, register, and boom, you'll be in just a minute or two. And we'd love to have you join us in the Zoom room. You know, as Suzanne was singing about her soul being on fire, and as California and Oregon is on fire, we're really grateful to have with us tonight Chief Phil Lane. Phil's going to do both a blessing for us now, and then he's going to speak to us a little bit later. He has a very special announcement. Some of you may know him. He was on our show last week. But for those of you who don't know, Hereditary Chief Phil Lane is an enrolled member of the Yankton, Dakota, and Chickasaw Nations. He's an internationally recognized leader in human and community development, born in Kansas in 1944. That's where his mother and father met and attended schools. During the past 45 years, Phil has traveled all over the world, He's worked with indigenous peoples from North, Central, and South America, Micronesia, Southeast Asia, India, Hawaii, and Africa. He served 16 years on the Faculty of Education in Alberta, and he has worked with elders from all across North America, co-founding the Four Worlds International Institute. We're going to hear a lot more about Phil and a very important new project that he's doing. But for right now, I just want to turn it over to Phil to get us going with a blessing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Scott. Odin Kashla Wakantaga, creator of the universe, most beloved one, all powerful one, most kind one, most compassionate one, ever forgiving one. We give you thanksgiving this day that we can stand here together with all our relatives, past, present, and future, in this day that's arisen that shall not be followed by night. We give thanksgiving that day, in this day, and for every day. Wakantaga, creator of the universe, most beloved one, all powerful one. We ask we might look deep, 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 deep into this darkness during this time of healing, this time of peace, deep, 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 deep to the 1400s. Look deep in there, Creator. Look deep in there. Not Christianity. Let us understand that, Creator. Churchianity. When they signed these papal bulls, Creator, and what happened to our human family. What happened not just to our indigenous people across the Americas, around the world, happened to our Buddhist relatives. What happened to our Muslim relatives? What happened to our relatives across Asia, across the Pacific, Creator? These things must be come up to understand what's happened here. We ask, Creator, we need to understand this. Can there be reconciliation without restoration? Can there be reconciliation, forgiveness, while the extremes of wealth and poverty continue to increase? We ask these questions tonight, Creator. Our hearts are calling and longing out after all these 100 and hundreds of years, 500 years. You promised us a great winter time would come across these Americas in our prophecies. You promised, we kept praying through a white buffalo, through other prophecies, we would come this day. And we're here this day. But we ask, Creator, how do we proceed in a graceful manner? How do we proceed in a peaceful manner? How do we proceed as our union of the condor, the Quetzal eagle rises? 87 million relatives have come together in unity and harmony on this earth. And now we're getting ready to land. So we ask, Creator, your help and assistance in this way. Especially, could go get behind the work of our dear brother, respected Elder Stephen Newcomb and his daughter, all those. Please, we ask, Creator of all good things, that what they've been working for will be manifest in this earth in a good way. And to Kashtawakandak, we call upon all those tribes in the east from where comes the red sunrise, to come together in unity and harmony and peace that we've been praying for all these years since the beginning of time, for unity and harmony. For we know this universe is found in harmony and unity. We give thanksgiving to those relatives in this east. They're coming together and joining us in this great day. It shall not be followed by night. Well, come to the Creator of the universe, most beloved and all powerful. We call upon all those tribes and nations of the south to come together and join us in this unity and peace and harmony as we look deep, deep into this darkness, bring light to it all as promised, and heal all the soul that must be healed. So we can come to this time of peace. Our warriors are tired, but thank you for giving us fresh horses, unlimited supplies to finish this work we've been at for all these years, as we've been promised this day would come. Wakantaga, Creator of the universe, most beloved one, all powerful, one kind one. Call upon, again, all those tribes, nations in the south from where comes new life, to bring new life and understanding to our hearts and minds. All those tribes, nations, we ask, join us to arise. It's time. All through those tribes, all through Southeast Asia, all those relatives, we ask, come to join us as prophesied. We go now to the west from where comes thunder, lightning, and rain. We call upon all those tribes, nations of the west to come together in unity and harmony. We call upon the spiritual powers of thunder, and lightning, and rain to awaken the hearts and minds of the people as prophesied. and especially to look deep, deep, deep into the wounds of the abuse of women on this Mother Earth. You might understand the eagle of humanity has two wings. One is woman and one is man, and both must have equal power and respect and harmony. We ask that thunder and lightning and rain might awaken our minds to eliminate all forms of prejudice, because we understand the prior unity and oneness of the human family, and for that, the hurt of one is a hurt of all. And let us heal one, we heal all. We stand up this day and understand we will wage peace and not war. Wakantaka, creator of the universe, most beloved one, all-powerful one, O ancient of days, O most blessed beauty, we call upon all your tribes and nations of the north, from where comes the white snow, to purify our hearts and minds. My first counsel is this: possess a pure, kindly, and radiant heart, that yours may be a sovereignty, ancient, imperishable, and everlasting. Welcome to the creator of the universe, most beloved one, all-powerful one. We come before you and ask forgiveness for all these actions as men. The masculine elements of life have been unbalanced. So we ask you now at this time, help us to understand what it means to be a good grandfather, a good father, a good son, a good grandson, a good brother, a good husband, a good friend, a good uncle, good grandfather, creator. We ask our forgiveness this way. Now, we humble ourselves before our mother. We give thanksgiving no matter what has happened, for our mothers for giving us life. Just for giving us life, this precious gift we have, Creator, that you've given us. We held on to it through whatever we've gone through. We've never given up, and we never will surrender the spirit of this land. We give thanksgiving that way, and we ask especially tonight, as we humble ourselves above our mother, to bless our grandmothers, to bless our mothers, our grandmothers, our aunts, our nieces, our daughters, little granddaughters, oh life, Creator, we ask this, Creator. Creator, we're here. Our lands are burning. Fires are burning, as the prophecy said. Waters are flowing where they shouldn't be flowing. But Creator, we ask you give us the humility to awaken the hearts and minds, especially of those who have taken all this wealth into their castles, into their holy places they call holy places. Let them open those doors. Let those that have way more than they need, not because they're forced to, but let your power of your spirit into their hearts. They might understand we're one human family, and as long as one human being does not have fresh water to drink, does not have food to eat, does not have a place to live, does not have education, does not have respect, we're all still hurting. So with that, Wakantaka, creator of the good, all good things, we pray and know there is no remover of difficulties but your power. Your power is with us. It's been with us forever and ever. It has no beginning. It has no end. And with that prayer, I want to pray this prayer for unity. O my God, unite the hearts of thy servants and reveal unto them thy great purpose. May they follow thy commandments and abide in thy law. Help them, O God, in their endeavor, and grant them strength to serve thee. O God, leave them not to themselves, but guide their steps with the light of knowledge, and cheer their hearts with their love, with your love. Hallelujah chante washtelo, shunk mano hemeado, chinupasapa hemeado, hallelujah chante washte. Ho! My beloved relatives, let us have a beautiful evening. Let us listen deeply, for these relatives have things to share we must hear, not only in this physical world, but also the unseen world. The unseen world, because the unseen world is becoming seen now. How Chante Washte.
I just want us to all, whether you're in our Zoom room, watching on Facebook, I want us to take a minute of silence. Such an extraordinary transmission from you, Chief Phil. We're going to hear more from him later today. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you so much. for opening us in that way. Much honor and respect. And now we have the honor to continue with a respected elder and knowledge keeper of the Anishinaabe Nation, Eagle Clan, who has devoted his life to sharing Indigenous knowledge, carrying a message of hope, peace, and environmental stewardship. David Corshane is considered a trailblazer, has built alliances with institutions, academics, and policymakers all over the country. In 2002, he founded the Turtle Lodge, which is an international center for Indigenous education and wellness, a sacred lodge. He is a deeply respected elder, known for his ability to inspire dialogue and cross-cultural understanding between Indigenous knowledge wisdom keepers and the Western trained scientists. His leadership is rooted in generosity, kindness, and a desire for peace and sustainability. Thank you so much, Dave, for coming on with us and sharing your perspective and wisdom and what we need to hear at this time to get through these challenging times. Thank you so much.
Bojo ane bene magnetuk nigani aki nene nishne kas kinyo dotem saging donchi Anishinaabe and Dao. My dear relatives, we have arrived in a pivotal moment of great change and great opportunity. This is a time of transformation. In today's reality, we live in a world with so much uncertainty and confusion. Our whole lives have changed with a virus, sending us into shock with the thought of losing control. Humanity still struggles to find its true purpose. Our society has buried truth, has buried kindness, and has buried freedom. What have we become? Who or what can we believe in? Through our lack of moral and ethical behavior, we have created a world of darkness. Our world is divided. We are separated from each other and disconnected from the land. We've used our gift of free choice to create a selfish world of materialism at great cost to nature itself. We have much to learn from nature. As humanity, we've created systems and ideologies that keep us separated rather than uniting us. By her example, nature can show us how to work together. The earth is a living entity with an intelligence we need to connect with. She is the true teacher of life who helps us find ourselves as we go within our own being. We each have a spirit that defines our identity and gives us purpose and meaning. Within the core of Mother Earth is a fire that is transferred to all who have been born from the earth. When the fire inside us goes out, our physical being returns to the earth, while our spirit returns to its source in the spiritual realm. The spirit lives forever. Earth, air, water, and fire are nature's elements of life. Life could not flourish or sustain itself without each one of these elements. They are the roots of life. We've neglected to show respect for these elements that sustain life. Fire is one of the most misused of these elements. Today, I want to share with you the true spiritual power of fire. Humanity has misused and abused this element, and this is very evident in weapons of war. Fire is a symbol of the sun and of the Great Spirit, a symbol of hope, purification, and rebirth. We have fires that have been unleashed by nature as a clear sign that humankind cannot control nature. The old people who know the power of the sacred fire say, go to the fire. This is where your healing can begin. The fire will transform you into a being of light and kindness. Fire is central to our evolution. The sacred element of fire was lit from ancient times. As a people, we have survived the genocide with the help of the sacred fire. Although we went underground during the hard times of domination over our way of life, the sacred fire kept the heart warm, bringing the spirit of our ancestors within our presence to keep us strong. The fire held the vision they brought us, a vision of hope, of peace. Our vision came from many generations of our people living by the fire. Through the sacred fire comes the direction from the spirit. The fire acts as the doorway for the entrance of spirit. As we light the sacred fires, it brings the essence of the light of the sun, the essence of spirit, into our presence. The sacred fire can help us in our journey to find our true spiritual identity, our purpose, and our dreams. This journey is the first step in transforming ourselves and becoming people of the heart. The fire has the power to ignite a passionate, blazing fire of love and kindness within each of us. The fire melts the ice in our hearts. We have strayed so far away from the fire, we have become lost in the darkness of our misguided minds. Today, I humbly ask the world to join our efforts here on the winter solstice in the Northern Hemisphere, December 21st of this year, to light a sacred fire wherever you are on the planet of Mother Earth. The fire will light the path. The fire will light the path to our return, a return to light after the longest night. To the indigenous, and I'm sure other cultures, the longest night represents the birth of the new sun. We begin our new year with the new sun as we pledge our commitment to the spirit. It is a time to rediscover the real power of fire, which shines a light on truth. If you are fortunate to have a place to light a sacred fire, use it. And for those in the cities, invest in candles to light your fire. Speak words of gratitude to the fire, to invoke the spirit to come within our presence, to help us in these difficult and challenging times. As we reflect and relight the sacred fires, we will relight the fire, the hope, the courage and passion to love and to be kind in each of us. Through the fire, we will receive the direction to fulfill our dreams of peace. Indigenous prophecies share that a time would come when we would be called to lead a movement of awakening. The element of fire can bring us out of this darkness, and then we can begin sharing the knowledge we have as a spiritual people, loving the land. Join us. Let us light the world on fire and clear a path, offering our entrance for the spirit of our ancestors to come through. Miigwech, thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Dave. And I'm going to go back again. Tell us a little bit about how people can connect to what's taking place on the winter solstice of December 21st.
As Indigenous people, we've always followed the the sun. And on the winter solstice, we see the longest night in the northern hemisphere. And what the longest night brings is the birth of the new sun. And as we offer our words of gratitude to our Creator, we make a commitment to follow the original laws that we were all given as human beings. And those original instructions that we were given define what our universal purpose is as human beings. And it is our hope that in helping to fulfill the prophecy of the visionaries of our people, that we position ourselves in that role of leadership to help create a direction and a path that would help all of us. The fire is a very important element that I hope that what I've shared here this evening will inspire people to join us in these efforts to create that door of entrance for the Spirit to come and join us as we seek to find solutions to the challenges that we face today.
Thank you so very, very, very much. And again, for people who want more information, you can go to turtlelodge.org, turtlelodge.org, learn more about what Dave is doing. And again, on Turtle Island, North America, we will be, and that's of course the Native American name for North America, we will be lighting a sacred fire on that day, the winter solstice. So this is something for us to really start picturing and imagining and planning for. Thank you so much. We're really honored to have you with us. Thank you so much. Although most of our leaders and elders are of Native American heritage, I wanted to invite somebody who's been on our show twice before, and she's from all the way from Siberia. You're looking at Zarina, and she was born in one of the most remote and cold places in the world, the Republic of Sakha, Arctic Siberia. She was 3 years old when she started to learn the language of the birds and the animals, and her voice takes its breath from traditional Sakha culture and is truly an instrument. She's the creator of Arctic Beatbox, the reindeer breath, and she's also the author of Neo-Shamanic Healing. She's also part of the OLOX project, and some of you have seen her perform on this show. And you've also seen her on America's Got Talent, where they got a huge thumbs up and were very, very, very popular, very successful. And OLOX has the aspiration to be the bridge between the ancient and modern world. And their aspiration is taking a new shape in a project called the Indigenous Virtual Tour, which we're going to learn more about later on. So thank you so much, Serena, for being with us.
Machtal means thank you in my language, Sakha language. Uruy khal boloqton bu ütüeki hagamust bu bare bu ortodoydu borong kaydara hegine bargıtın ühedoydu bu ayılara ortodoydu bu iççilere algıstatınlar, arangatçılatınlar, kırıstatınlar. I would like to greet everyone here, and it's such an honor. It's a great honor to perform and to present my culture after elders and Chief Phil Leynam. His channeling brought me into tears, and it reminded me my elders and the people who have shamanic culture, shamanic roots. And I again see a lot of similarities between native cultures in the world. So today I would like to start from presenting my culture, because a lot of people ask from me, where is that? How do I spell? So I'm going to share here a screen, and I've prepared for you a presentation, what I already presented in ecological conference, which is Pioneers. So Sakha Saka people, I would like to start from wise saying of our ancestors: the tree doesn't move without wind. And it means that behind each action, there is energy, there is intention. And we are everybody here for the reason, sitting here and listening each other. Sakha Republic, it's in the Arctic Circle. It's one of the most remote places in the world and the most cold inhabited areas, uninhabited areas in the world. So where the winters can reach the lows of minus 94 degrees by Fahrenheit. I would like to share also our wildlife. It's reindeers. They are lord of the tundra. The horse are very important in our lives. This is majestic beauty of deep, deep winter in Yakutia. And this is one of the wonders of my homeland. It calls Lena Pillars, Lena River Pillars. This is magic of Aurora Borealis, Northern Lights. So where does Taka culture from? The shaman. Shaman is a healer of people and the nature. So in every single solstice, summer solstice, we do big ceremony, which is huge festive in my homeland. And we have this white shaman who gathers, who opens the ceremony, deeply respecting the spirit of the fire. So we start each ceremony from feeding of the spirit of the fire, which means that my people, they also respect and deeply connect with the fire element. So in Ugh ceremony, we have over 200,000 people involved, coming from around all of the Republic of Sakha. And so you can see here the huge circle dance called Ahohai, and it was World Guinness record 3 years ago. So this is also a very meditative and rising energy up and honoring the sun, which is also fire element. In the solstice, we believe that with the first light of the most long sun, of the most long day, we bring the energy for the whole year. So we feel that through our hands, and that's why we put our hands up. We're horse people. Our ancestors' wisdom are deeply woven into our costumes. From the most severe environment comes out the beautiful, beautiful people. So each native people, we also have challenges as melting permafrost. So we lose our lands and territories. You can see here, these are the trees. Wildfires, they were enormous last year, and this year also we struggle a lot. A lot of my homeland were destroyed by fires. The mining by big corporations create the wounds on all over the face of Mother Earth. You can see it here. This is my short presentation, and I would like to bring us into the praying song. And this is a traditional praying song. And before I start, I would like to put intention in it. Deep respect and compassion to first responders during these national disasters around the world and what is happening here. I currently live in Marin, So very close from Scott, and we feel a lot of smoke here. And 3 days ago, there was so deep, dark as a night, and impossible for breathing environment. And I felt how Mother Earth was angry. And here, I would like to send energy for people who risk their lives for others, and share this song, prayer song, August.
Thank you so much, Serena. Serena is going to be back with a little bit more, but to learn more all about Serena and Olax, that's her partner Andreas, you can go to Olax, that's OLOX.life, OLOX.life, to learn more about the extraordinary work that they're doing. Very, very important. It's a powerful creative union between Andreas and Serena. And we're really honored to have you with us, Serena. Looking forward to you coming back a little bit later in our program.
Machtal.
And now I'm going to turn it back over to Deborah.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Serena. That was so beautiful. Thank you so much. And now we are deeply honored to have a very prominent, important, and incredible Indigenous elder who I've known for a long time. Chief Golden Light Eagle is a teacher of the Starways. He is one of the original cult carriers of the Turtle Island, which is North America. He's a Nakota Sundance chief. He's a member of the Nakota Band of South Dakota. He's a spiritual advisor, and he's co-authored many books. One of his manuals was inducted into the Smithsonian Institute, and he is always on the path, sharing the wisdom, leading the ceremony. I see him all over the nation. He is very dedicated to the transformation of this planet. And we are so honored to have you with us, Chief Golden Light Eagle.
Thank you, Deb. Say good evening to everybody, and thank you for the beautiful presentations that you shared with the world. And at this time, I just wanted to probably share that my work on this Mother Earth is to work with the Makawi Chakpe Choka, which is the 1111 frequencies, the Iktomi Chakpe Choka, which is the 12 dimensional 1212 frequencies, and the Chawaka Wichoka, which is working with the 13th dimensional 1313, what they call the universal and spiritual laws of creation, the universal and spiritual laws of universal mother, and the universal and spiritual laws of creator. So this has been introduced to me through a dream time, through visitations from different masters from the ascended realms, from the star people, and from our earth people as well, the grandmas and grandpas, the Uganas or Tunkashila. So we have a variety and a whole group of energy and light, you could say, that comes from all aspects of this universe, that come to help, that come here, that has been here, that have been just waiting for these moments when asked, they come to share. So this is my work, working with the universe spiritual laws, all on Turtle Island. So I guess these laws are very, very important. I wish I had the things to show here on this presentation. But as you know, I work with the star laws, which is a divine plan by which one could live. We work with the laws of the universal law of light, sound, vibration, that work with all people, and that of Doa Squia, the sweet song of the star relatives. There's so much, because in the universal law of free will, the universal law of equality, universal law of movement and balance, universal law of innocence, truth, and family, universal law of change, universal law of judgment, universal law of perception, universal law of life, universal law of nature, and universal law of love. Those are the feminine laws. There's 11 of them. And the spiritual law of intuition, the spiritual law of spiritual freedom of all, spiritual law of equality, spiritual law of strength, health, and happiness, spiritual law for spiritual protection of families, the spiritual law of growth, the spiritual law of karma, spiritual law of future sight, the spiritual law of choice, spiritual law of protection of humanity, and also the spiritual law of healing. So those are 11 spiritual laws, and those are masculine laws. So the universal, 11 universal laws and the 11 spiritual laws make up this teachings of what we call the 11:11. And each law has three messengers. The first messenger is the messenger from the earth ways, just about the grandmas, grandpas, the elk, deer, the buffalo, the elk, the butterflies, name them, the fireflies, you got the spiders, you got the whales, the dolphins. There's so many of the relatives that are earth that have these gifts to humanity that share them. So those were the first laws that came in, was from the earthways. And the second group that came in to help us was from the stars, you know, the ones from Andromeda, Arcturus, Alpha Centauri, Pleiades, and Orions. You got like 10,800,000 different star systems just in our galaxies. And those were the second messengers. And the third messenger is what we call the ascended mastery realm, Gabriel and Michael and Emmanuel, Buddha, Moria, Krishna. They come from different cultures, and they show how they work together as in their mastery. So we got the earth people, the star people, and also ascended masters, those three groups that work with all cultures and humanities. And they have many names, such as Emmanuel. They know him as Jesus Christ, but he came from a different universe that came here to help with 144,000 different helpers that come in from the areas of Pleiades. He had like 12,000 different lifetimes before he came into the earth, just to get his memory moving as to why he was coming to this earth to help humanity. And when he came here, he still had 12,000 different lifetimes here on Mother Earth. And each lifetime they had an evolution that helped to create this light, this auric field around the earth called love. So this was his job, and this is our job as well, is to help to brighten up the aura of Mother Earth. So all of these masters, they've been here in all cultures. They had different names. In the tribal systems and on this land, I've asked certain spiritual circles about who was this man that they knew, and so there was, every tribe had a name. Over there on the East Coast, he was known as the Pathfinder, you could say. Over in Arapaho country is known as Yellow Hand. Over there in Potawatomi, Kickapoo, I asked them, they said his name was Morning Star. So each group of tribes had a different way. So they had to order these three brothers that worked this way. There were Quetzalcoatl and Melchizedek, and this one called Morning Star. And these were the three brothers that helped with this evolution. And they had many names, different tribes. Over here, there's Yellow Hand, Yellow Hand. So we have to go deeper than what we've been told and ask questions to the spirit. And they have no reason to lie to you. They'll give you whatever answer that's necessary for your growth. We got these universal and spiritual laws, and they came into existence through the thought of Creator and in creation of the universe as you would know them. So star laws are encoding, and these laws are memory and encoding that is within the energies of Mother Earth, the energies within your physical body, and the energies of realms that are beyond the beyond and beyond your understanding. And beyond all things is where you will find the beginnings of these laws as you would understand them to be, symbols as well. So they are designed for all not to forget where their dawning of existence began. So each of these laws are appearing now and becoming ever so present in the mind's eye as well as in the physical realm. So your realm is to is to awake and help you to remember each of these laws and how they are so significant. They have been carried down through the ages, okay? And these laws are not religious, as it were, or they're not connected or related to the dogmatic terms of churches. And they were hidden away so that you would not forget that you are free beings, that you are connected to all beings, that you simply are. You are a part of what they call the I am presence. You are these laws. You are light. Each of these laws vibrates to a rhythm of light, and there are forms of energy that carry laws that were set during and at the beginning of creation. They were designed to create balance, to create harmony among all things. And these laws not only affected those of earth, there are laws that were very enigmatic amongst those of our universes as well. So they are universal amongst all creation. Now the universal and spiritual laws vibrate to their God. Each law does have a color of the rainbow that the Creator has given to you. It was pronounced that this rainbow would be a sign of the Creator's love for you, and it's much more than that. For each of these colors vibrates to a sound, as you heard earlier. It vibrates to an energy field and to a law that is of a great significance to all. It is the beginning of doorways to other dimensions of light, to other planes of existence, to go beyond that known from your realm. So these laws and symbols are beyond words. You cannot fully give a description of a color, but you could feel it. You could say blue is blue. It is a beautiful blue, but what do you feel from this color? The vibration of the colors and of ourselves open up each what we call chakras that is in the body. So your chakras are tuned and emanate color from your body. So this is not necessarily the colors of the forward field of your body. It goes much further and beyond to the universe. So know this. It is the vibrator color and the rate of exchange between light and sound that has connected you to God and all that is, and to the love from Creator and all that is. So when you begin using toning, singing, chanting the drum, it alters your sense of beingness to help you move into your Creator connection. Now, it awakens the laws that are in you. They're encoded in the very soul of your being. So no one symbol is more important than the other. They're all related to each other. Just as spiritual beings are all related in how they work together and how they are in harmony together. So thus the stellar energies are being fed from the universes to the inhabitants upon Mother Earth, Uchimaka. Are we creating, so to speak, an awakening within mankind? Now we are moving into a new realm of understanding. It will be a knowing. People will feel it within themselves, and they may not know where it comes from, but it will be a knowing. And each law will unlock the key to an even greater understanding and a greater knowing that what has been in the past. So it was done in this way. For mankind's mind, body, and spirit were not able to understand the full conception of these laws in the past. Now, all the great masters who came to this universe to teach had an understanding of the universal principles, the universal and spiritual laws. the laws were meant to be kept, and they were fully they fully understood them. But there were teachings that were misconstructed because the mind of man did not fully understand. Yet it's for you to come back into the form of the original creation of the Spirit. And now we are moving into the time of a great battle. Armageddon will not be fought on earth, as it were. For those that know what Armageddon is, it is in the heavens, within the mind of man. So the armies of angels, the Kapipila, who want to issue a new force into the new life and a new way of living, have appeared for many things that, to help to come about. So part of this is to bring in the energy to support the upliftment of the mind of man. So these laws each serve a purpose in unity and harmony to awaken mankind to the Creator's world of joy, peace, and love. So these laws were set in motion to bring Mother Earth and her people back to a world of love, back to the arms and thrones of light. Now, the laws certainly increase the vibratory rate of your body. Your mental body will also increase, and your knowingness will increase, and your gifted abilities to heal your thought, will increase. So the ability to heal with a simple touch will increase. So it is an awakening of what you are. For this and even greater things you shall know. Many of you are in the beginning to understand it already. You are awakening to your gifts, the gift of spirit, the gift of the higher self. Some would know this as higher self, as the Holy Spirit. So when you're in touch with this aspect of your being, these gifts become a part of you. And then you see the lifting of your vibration and awakening to it. So in that realm of higher self, higher spirit, always not just it's a fleeting moment. It will be normal to have these gifts. Being in the vibration of light with all these gifts is the normal aspect of your being. So recognize it, be it. It is yours for the taking. So the universal and spiritual law all speak to one another in harmony, in musical harmony, in the language of light, in the language of sound, in the language of love. The star elders who brought these gifts of the universal and spiritual laws were from Orion, but however, the information comes from all the star systems, but they were just ambassadors to give us the information. They were chosen and selected to come to us, to awaken to us the task of remembering and helping others to remember. So it is not just them, it is all realms that they came, that they represented. Now, in the humanness, people tend to separate the world would know from the star nations. Star people do not see the separateness in each other as the human mind does. Even your own DNA is part of these little suctions on their fingers. With the other ones, some have 6 fingers, yes. But if you look at the fetus of a human embryo, that embryo goes to the same evolution as any 2-legged extraterrestrial. Have you ever wondered where you came from? When you say that those beings are your brothers and sisters, it is so. All our brothers and sisters, because Creator has made it so by law, by star law. Now, the star laws, while they're universal, they represent to what each country on Mother Earth establishes through what we call flags or symbols of that country. So each law is a representative of a universal galaxy, and this creates a unity of support throughout the Federation. Now, in the beginning, there was no separation of human form or laws that were set up for man or woman. So you need an understanding of who you are now. The feminine is more attuned to understanding the universal laws, and the males have more an understanding of the spiritual laws. Thus, there will be a shift in understanding and moving back into correctness of the star laws when the 1,000 years of peace begins. So the human mind can make things difficult. Now, down through the ages and each incarnation, it was believed that you had an experience of difficulty to be here. You have to experience difficulty to be here. Accept the state of grace, the state of being one, the state of love. It has always been here. Now, there are often others who struggle as well, and they are coming into the Federation of Light. Rejoice in that. For you are moving into a new way of living. You are moving into the fire of light, a fire that is not burning, but it's a fire of transmutation, the eternal flame of what we call love. Now, thus, you have to awaken the stellar part of yourself that is a light encoding. Your DNA is the light of your heart. So let it go. Let go of the thought that your DNA is a third dimensional being. Rather understand that your DNA is as light and sound and color. Understand that the DNA strands that have been missing are beginning to make their way. They're making reconnection from the physical into the spiritual realms, the realms of fire that are within you. So it is more than what you see under your microscope. Now, the universal and spiritual laws are honored by all creations, by all that is. If they're not honored, there will be no peace. So it was set up that you had a choice. You have a choice. And all creation honors free will, not just in human life, but in all things, plants and rocks and earth and animals, all creation. So the beings that understand it the most are in the plant kingdoms, for the plant kingdom existed before the human kingdoms. And it was evolved into a higher vibration, a higher light than human existence. So your plant kingdom gives all of itself for you. It does that so that you may honor yourself and help your bodies move into the light. Thus, reconnect to the physical and carry forth the awakening of the body. Pray and meditate. Find the center within you so that you can get an understanding of the God creation that exists within you. The cleansing of the human spirit and the cleansing of the body will lift you into a higher vibration of light, so you can connect with advanced beings who can help you understand a greater extent and thereby move into a higher being, move into the sixth and seventh dimensions of human being. So when your body begins to vibrate at higher rate, you create a knowing within the body that will be automatic, and it will simply be a part of you. It is an acceptance, a knowing of light and truth. So your body will be taken on the garment of life, and you will wear it as part of you. The garment of light, a raiment of love, a raiment of peace, a raiment of joy, for truth is light. We love you. Thank you for listening. Mitakuye Oyasu.
Wow. Thank you for that incredible transmission. And may we heal our minds. May we do the prayer, the meditation, the reflection. Really follow the extraordinary guidance of this wise elder. And if you do want to get more information, his website is starknowledge.org. Starknowledge.org. If you click Eagle, that takes you to more information about this extraordinary being that we're so blessed to have with us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Nama Gopina.
So this is kind of a significant part of the show. As many of you who've been watching us, and I love that we have over 400 people in our Zoom room. I see hundreds of people watching on Facebook. This whole show started with Deborah and I were doing a fundraising event for our dear friend Fantuzzi. And that led to people saying, hey, this is great. Why don't you guys do it again? And one thing led to another. And now here we are reaching about 50,000 people every weekend. And so we still continue to raise money through our GoFundMe. And tonight I want to introduce you to a story of who our primary recipient is going to be tonight. I want to start by showing some photos. These are the photos of the home of Eric James as it looked a few weeks ago. There's Eric, who you're going to meet in a minute, in his recording studio with all his gear, his guitars. And there's his front room. Again, another shot of kind of his recording studio and setup. His altar. And that's all that's left. This is from a few days ago. Yeah. I'm really grateful that Eric, in the midst of all of it, I've had a chance to talk to him a little bit, and he's agreed to be on our show. And tonight's GoFundMe, we want to support Eric. And imagine losing everything. Hey, brother, how you doing?
Feeling super grateful, feeling alive, feeling my life in a big way. Yeah.
God bless you for having the courageous, brave heart to be in gratitude as opposed to being in victim. And I really respect you for that.
Thank you.
Curious if there's anything that stood out for you and all these amazing presentations we've had tonight. Any particular words or inspirations that have moved you that you want to share?
Well, yeah, I mean, everybody who shared every word was so beautiful and so moving. But specifically, something that Dr. Dave had spoken about has been really with me, that just the fire, it's consuming all of it just for the transformation, for the healing. And that's been my primary prayer, for since this happened. It was just, it made sense, when it happened. It just made sense. Like, what I was praying for in my life was the connection to my prayer and my heart and my path. And my home was such a beautiful expression of a prayer that I had been having for a long time. And something had shifted there, that I knew there was a new prayer coming, and I didn't know what it was. And one thing, one of my teachers, one of my elders, George Gray Gilbertelseen, will always say is, like, you can't argue with the way that the prayer is answered. So that's kind of where I've been residing, and just like, wow, I feel so blessed that I don't have to carry all those things, that there's a new way that I get to carry myself into. And just so grateful for all the people who have been reaching out to me, and like all of us who are suffering are nodes in this network of a greater rising of true care, that we can actually care. It's not just like, oh, love your neighbor because we're supposed to. It's like, no, love your neighbor because we have to. And
Thank you.
I'm really feeling that, all the love coming to me and all the love that I get to share. I just feel so much happier and so much more alive than I have in a long time, which is strange, but not strange. It makes a lot of sense.
Erica, I'm wondering if you'd be willing. I'm going to put up the GoFundMe, and of course, we want to ask everybody, please, please, please donate. And already some people have donated, and I will be reading the names of the people who have donated. a little bit later in the show. But you can take a look. The link is in our chat box for those of you in the Zoom room. Deb has put it there. Anybody watching on Facebook, just go to GoFundMe.com and put in Global Peace Tribe, and it will pop right up. Again, GoFundMe.com, and we are Global Peace Tribe. Or you also can see our tiny URL that will also take you straight to the GoFundMe. And I'm wondering, Eric, would you be willing to play a short tune for us? Yeah. Your internet's holding up. It's a tad spotty, but I think it's okay.
Okay,
And-
I'll do my best.
and
We've been running from fires for like 3 weeks. I'm here with Ashley. Hey.
Oh, God bless you, Ashley. Thank you for taking such good care of our brother here.
Thanks, Ashley. Yeah, we've been kind of running fire to fire. We were in Crescent City when that one started. We were right outside of Medford when that one started. We were, just now the Klamath Falls one, the road that we were on just yesterday to get here is closed because it's on fire. So it's super real.
Yeah, the West Coast is on fire.
Yeah, I was super grateful for my life, and this song is well, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much to all the elders and the folks from these lands that have shared their wisdoms with me over the years and in this ceremony here. So thank you so much, and I'm going to offer this song. I'm not from this is not my language, so please forgive me if I pronounce anything incorrectly, but this is a prayer that I composed and would love to share with you. Thank you. Thank you. Wani wachielo ateo makiayo. Wani wachielo ateo makiayo. Wani wachielo ateo makiayo. Wani wachielo ateo makiayo. He ana he ni we. Yana huwe ne. Yana huwe ne. Yana huwe ne. Yana huwe na he ni we. Yana huwe ne. Yana huwe ne. Yana huwe ne. Yana huwe na he ni we. Help me, great Father, I want to live. Help me, great Father, I want to live. Help me, great Father, I want to live today. Help me, great Mother, I want to live. Help me, great Mother, I want to live. Help me, great Mother, I want to live today as I humbly pray. Yana huwe ne. Yana ne. Yana huwe ne. Yana huwe he ne we. Yana huwe ne. Yana huwe ne. Yana huwe ne. Yana huwe he ne we. Woni wachielo ateo makiayo. More life. Woni wachielo ateo makiayo. More life. Woni wachielo ateo makiayo. Woni wachielo ateo makiayo. He ana he ne we. Yana huwe ne. Yana huwe ne. Yana huwe ne. Yana huwe na he ne we. Yana huwe ne. Yana huwe ne. Yana huwe Wing ne ne yana yana hoana hoena hey ne way. Oni wa cielo a te o makia yo. 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 He ana he ni ue.
Mhm.
Mm.
Ah, thank you so much, Eric. I think I've set a record for the most number of times I've cried in a Saturday Night Live show. That's, I think, my fourth set of tears tonight. Yeah. I want to thank everybody who's donating. I'm seeing a lot of donations coming in. I'm going to acknowledge all of you. Or you can also donate anonymously if you prefer. And what's beautiful is Eric's going to be back. He's going to come back and help us close out the show. So thank you again, Eric. And then I'm going to turn it over. Turn it over to my partner, Deborah. Deborah, you're muted.
Yes, such amazing touchings of the heart on so many levels. So appreciating this show. And now we get to bring on an amazing man, Stephen Newcomb, who's Lenape and Shawnee. He's a scholar, he's an author, he's a journalist, he's a film producer, he's a public speaker, workshop leader, and he is recognized internationally for more than 4 decades of research and writing on the origins of federal Indian law and international law dating back to the early days of Christendom. And his work focuses on notably what he calls the contrast between the original free existence of the native nations and peoples and the doctrine of Christian discovery and domination. He's the foremost authority of this subject, and he authors Pagans in the Promised Land, Decoding of Doctrine, Christian Discovery, has a lot to share with us. Thank you so much, Stephen, for coming on the show and sharing your wisdom. Stephen Newcomb.
Wanishi, Deborah, thank you very much. And thank you to you and Scott and Jay Meyer for this broadcast and for bringing Indigenous knowledge and wisdom to the audience here this evening and to those that will hear this broadcast afterwards. Delawensa Steve Newcomb, Nulalendam Elipauk, Wanishi Gishelamiang, Mil Ongunda Walken, Mili Ongunda Walken, Wuli Nepali, Wuli Nipalinen, Hikayu Yamananingake, Wanishi Gishelamiang. That's just a short prayer in our Lenape language. And I wanted to acknowledge my friend and mentor, Virgil Kilstraight, and an Oglala Lakota elder and spiritual leader who passed to the spirit world on February 10th of 2019. Virgil and I founded the Indigenous Law Institute back in 1992 and began a global campaign to call upon Pope John Paul II to formally revoke the Interest Terra Papal of 1493. And I'll mention a little bit about that in just a bit. As you mentioned, Deborah, I do try to set the context for my conversations and discussions with audiences, which is the contrast between the original free and independent existence of our nations and peoples, extending back to the beginning of time through our oral histories and traditions. And to contrast that and all of the knowledge and wisdom and language and understandings ecologically and so forth that our ancestors evolved, but the contrast between all of that and the system of domination, the coding of domination that was brought here by ship across the Atlantic Ocean from a place that was then called Christendom. And that code provides insight into why there is so much destruction on the planet at this time, why everything is out of balance, why ecological systems are in collapse, why that we're in the sixth extinction, all the ways in which water is destroyed through toxins, through toxicity and poisons. It's impossible to look at a tree as a sacred being and simultaneously look at that tree as so many boards of lumber that needs to go to market. So this is a way of illustrating that contrast between two completely different worldviews, mindsets, different ways of looking at reality and experiencing reality. So we have this fundamental contrast and fundamental problem that we have to deal with. And so I wanted to just briefly say that the Vatican in the 1400s issued these documents that were giving authorization or supposed authorization. I don't believe that they were any kind of valid authorization, but they purported to give authorization to different monarchs of Christendom, particularly the King of Portugal in 1452, authorizing the king supposedly to go to the western coast of Africa and to do the following. And this is part of that domination coding that I'm talking about, to invade the people, to capture them, vanquish them, subdue them, reduce to perpetual slavery, and to take away all their possessions and property, and to convert the land, which meant to unlawfully or wrongfully appropriate that which belongs to someone else. And then the Pope declared it to be just and lawful as far as what they were able to do using their language system and their coding to take their thoughts and their words and to project those onto our ancestors and to then use the projections that they had put forth to justify their terrible behavior toward our ancestors. That is a critical part of the process that has been used and encoded into what they call law. And so we have to understand that and understand that contrast between these two different forms of reality in order to get at the real root of what's been going on. And so my friend Sheldon Wolfchild and I worked on a documentary movie about this. It's called The Doctrine of Discovery, Unmasking the Domination Code, which is based on my book, Pagans in the Promised Land, Decoding the Doctrine of Christian Discovery. And that book and the movie go into great detail to help people to understand the contrast between the knowledge and wisdom, traditions of our ancestors, of our nations and peoples, and that other system, which is about power and control and domination and exerting a claim of a right of domination over all things, over everyone and everything on the planet. So wherever you see the different problems that are all over the world, you see the manifestation of what I'm talking about. And I can give you one quick example. When you take the word dominion and you take the letter N off the end of it, so then you end up with the word dominio. It's the Latin word for to subjugate, to subdue, to force into subservience, and to dominate. And so the way in which that verb of domination takes over the human psyche and results in economics domination. So a domination economics means that everything and everyone is mined. And so it's all about mining everyone and everything profit. So if we need a contrast to that, we have to go and look at those models that sustained ecological systems for eons, for millennia. We have to look at those models and ways of harmonious conduct toward ecosystems, understanding the natural reciprocity toward all forms of life, because each and one of our languages was designed for prayer and for the various ways and the laws for respecting all forms of life in perpetuity, that is for all future generations. And so I think that I'll just leave it there as that contrast. And I wanted to say that my daughter Shauna is going to be talking here shortly about the Reverence Code, and that is her unique contribution to this dialogue and discussion, and her way of presenting very profound and wonderful information from the feminine or female perspective, the sacred life givers, as my friend Virgil say. And Virgil would always talk about the creation story, and he would always talk about the 7 laws of the Ochecha Shikoan, the 7 council fires of the Great Sioux Nation, beginning with the first law, which is generosity, and then honor and respect, compassion and pity, to care for the welfare of the people, and to have bravery and fortitude, humbleness and humility, and to seek wisdom and to seek understanding. And those 7 laws, kind of pairing different concepts or ideas and different types of behavior, the whole way of life, the spiritual way of life of our ancestors was designed for that idea of prayer, thankfulness. Wanishi is our first word of thankfulness and prayer in our Lenape language. And so I'll just say that much and leave it there. And we do have a documentary film showing screening that we've scheduled for September 27th. Originalfreenations.com is our website. And people can go there and sign up for the free screening of our documentary movie. And then we'll have dialogue and discussion after that. And so I think Shauna had sent in a little promo for the documentary.
Yeah.
But, in any case, I'll leave it there, and thank you, Wanishi. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stephen. And I'm going to actually show a couple things. This is the website, originalfreenations.com. And then also what he just referenced. And there's the documentary that Stephen and his daughter Shauna have created. So again, you can get more information by going to originalfreenations.com. And it really is pretty awesome to have you with us, Stephen. Thank you. And it's also really a delight that we get to have your daughter with us. And so I'm going to put the spotlight on Shauna, and I'm going to just briefly share with people a little bit about her. Shauna has opened hearts and minds as an international speaker, spiritual practitioner, and healer, bringing very deep transformation to people through her work with decolonization education. She collaborates with her father, who we just met, leading a global movement for conscious change. Shauna is dedicated to advocacy and healing work, and a vision for a brighter future for all peoples, the planet, and future generations. She shares a path to holistic well-being through her transformational online course, which is called the Reverence Code Reset, based on ancient and indigenous knowledge. She can be reached at shaunabluestar.com, and we'll take a look at that website after she speaks. But for right now, I want to just turn it over to you. And I also want to say Shauna helped us put this whole show together. So thank you so much, Shauna.
Thank you, Scott. It's very good to be here with you. And thank you all of you for tuning in. Thank you to Deborah and Scott. It's really wonderful to have this available for people to listen to the Indigenous voices and bring this wisdom to a wider audience. I want to start by honoring the original nations, peoples, and lands, wherever you may be. We begin in that sacred way to really consider and think about our free and independent existence extending back to the beginning of time. And I just offer a very short prayer in my Lenape language. I'm very proud to be Shawnee Lenape Azteca. And these are a few words in my Lenape language. Kuhana Geshereming Wanishi. Okwemawiltekeku Ramilian Wanishi. Bio Kendekeshok. Petio he kamakana yushienta. Wita kamika. Milinen Willamal Sawakan. Willatanamawakan. Milinen Wiltek Tamakan. Ichi kaski ikalichi, Pechipetausinan Yushienta, Witakamika, Wanishi, Nanelakesh. Creator, Great Spirit, we give thanks for all of the good things you give to us. We give thanks for the waters and the sun shining upon us on this earth. We ask that you bring us good health, blessings, and happiness. We ask that you bring us a good road to walk upon so that we may continue to live a longer life on this earth. I pray for all of the elements of life, and I send blessings to each and every one of you. So thank you very much. And I just want to say thank you today for opening your hearts and minds, listening to these words of wisdom from our Indigenous family. And really, we're seeing such unprecedented times. We've been seeing profound changes all over the world, and many people are seeking answers. There's been so much anxiety and grief and fear and uncertainty and suffering. And my heart really goes out to all of you. I feel like it's been important in the work that I've been doing with my healing work, as well as collaborating with my father. My vision that I carry is very much a part of our Indigenous ancestry, which is honoring all peoples in the planet, our precious planet, and especially for our future generations. So that's part of my prayer ongoing as I do all the work that I do. As far as today, I've been really saying that this current social, political, ecological, and economic crises we're seeing, it really can help if we start to better understand this true untold history that hasn't really been seen and known before. And some of you just may have heard from my father, Stephen Newcomb, and he's been sharing information to help people understand that deeper history, which is the root of all these different issues that we're seeing. And the domination code, which is really at the heart of all of this. And that's a life-destroying, life-consuming model that has just become sort of normal in this modern day world. And people have taken that for granted and really haven't maybe thought too much about that. So I feel like it's really a time of awakening, and certainly our ancestors and our prophecies have shared that this is what this time is about, and it's about transformation. And I speak to something called the reverence code, which is what partly connected to what our Indigenous ancestors have known, and it's a life-sustaining, life-nourishing model. And I feel like this is a time of us understanding truths that we haven't really seen before. In our history books, certainly, they've told a different story, that perspective of the ships coming to Turtle Island, and it's important to see the other side, to recognize what is the perspective looking from the shore as our Indigenous nations and peoples living here from time immemorial, and that balance and harmony that has been here for so long. And I really feel like it's a time for all of us to come together with new understanding and consideration for those 7 generations and beyond. We've been seeing these terrible consequences to our family, or to our planet, our human family, and the warming and pollution of the waters, the destruction of the ecosystems, the burning of the rainforest, and certainly the fires that are currently burning across the West. And I feel like it's important that we start to see deeper into the consequences of how we've been living and how we've been treating ourselves and each other, understanding that domination code has been woven into the inner workings of society. It takes the form of biases and racism and systemic oppression, dehumanization and diseases as a normal part of modern day life. And it's really actually keeping us at odds with each other. So it's a time of awakening for all peoples on this planet to move away from those patterns of domination and dehumanization. And it's important to really recognize what those patterns are and how deep they go into the history, as well as within ourselves, how they're working within our families and our social structures. It's everywhere. But there's also, I think, a really important time where the shadow is being illuminated in order for us to heal. And this allows us to really examine our collective trauma and what brings us together. So I teach about something called the Reverence Code. As I said, it's based on ancient Indigenous wisdom teachings, but it's also based on visions and dreams and messages and my own spiritual path and journey that has brought me where I am today. And I feel very honored to have had Indigenous elders teaching me. And I feel like the Spirit has been guiding me most of all in all of the work that I do. And I feel like the work that I do with my Reverence Code Reset course is really a transformative journey to help people go into that deeper work to understand this history, to come to a greater place of understanding of how that domination code and the reverence code are within all of us and how they are operating in society, so that we can really start to be the change that we want to see, as so many people are wanting right now. And I really see that we can come together with a deeper sense of compassion and love and understanding in really practical, simple ways. I feel like this is a new time of the era of love, returning to deep reverence and peace for all peoples in the natural world. I want to share a quick message with you, a spiritual message that I receive many spiritual messages, but I feel like this is one that I wanted to share with you this evening. There has never been a greater time in the history of this planet than now to be living. It is a rare and very special time, for it is a cross section of two times as one. It is the yin yang that some cultures have spoken of in its embodiment. More and more people are beginning to wake up to the imbalance and the atrocities of life out of balance. The light within people's hearts is beginning to spark and flicker, unlike other times in history. And there will now be a great wave of awakening on a global scale. This is not instantaneously for those souls who have yet to awaken to the calling. There are some who will refuse the call and deny it for the sheer free will, but no matter, for they are part of the Great Awakening as well. There are many who are now awakening on a level that has never been seen before, where the atrocities are now so loud and up close and personal, they are blazing neon signs of greed, hatred, vengeance, gore. It is like a giant billboard of inhumanity. This is hard for anyone with a soul to look upon these things and not feel anger, grief, and complete disgust. However, these are the very things that are waking up compassion on a global scale. These poor souls who have suffered in great acts have had agreements they would offer this as a way to help shift people in awakening deeply. There is no need for people to feel anger or rage or guilt when looking upon these matters from a spiritual perspective. It's easier said than done for those on a human level. However, it's important to see that so many are beginning to understand and come to terms with the great mystery and miracles that unfold over time, and the great invisible magic that comes from living in connection with spiritual connection. This is something we will begin to see more and more of, far and wide across the earth. This is a very good thing. It is very good to see the incredible stirrings and connections already beginning at this time. These are only the beginnings of something far more grand, bringing incredible healing to the planet. Know that there is a spiritual guidance walking beside you, leading to this work. It will guide you to the next step, to make all possible and offer great healing to a great many people all over the wide earth. This is magic in the making, a big stew being served up for spiritual nourishment and healing the suffering. In time, there will be more complete answers and also deep questions for humanity to consider about its own evolution. This is not something that is left to just one culture or country. This is simply a matter of each individual making a conscious choice to his or her own awakening. It is love cracking through the darkness and bringing in the light in profound and wondrous ways. Remember that the spiritual path is not a marathon sprint. It is an uphill climb, and there are mountains and valleys, and all is part of your great journey in evolution. Do not worry that you're not doing what you should be or going fast enough, for there is no right or wrong. You are doing your part, and that is all that matters. You're doing the work simply by being who you are. Doing your work is simply about you opening up and offering. That is all you ever need to. Shine your light and be who you are. Know that you have a spiritual guidance always guiding you. And I'd really love to share more about my Great Shift messages and my teachings of the Reverence course with you. So I really hope to connect with many of you. I'm available at shawnabluestar.com. So thank you so much. It's really good to be here.
Absolutely. I want to just encourage everybody. It's Shawna spelled with a W. So it's SHAWNA bluestar.com. ShawnaBluestar.com.
Yes, and I did have that. Well, it's kind of showing now in there. I had that graphic that was just up. I'm going to be having a webinar presentation on September 26th. That's going to be available to have people learn a little bit more about my course and connect with me. So that's on my website as well, though, at shawnabluestar.com, ShawnABluestar. And you can find me on Facebook and Instagram as well.
And because we love Shauna Blue Star, I think I found that. So this is where we learn about your courses.
That's one of the areas. Yeah, I have many areas that I guess you can learn about it. There was a graphic that I sent, but that's fine.
All right. Well, I want to go back briefly to the graphic that I do have about from you and your dad. So tell us again about this, and I'll pull up that other graphic while you do that.
Yeah, this is going to be our film showing. I really do feel this is a really powerful film. It's been opening hearts and minds across the world. My dad's work has been an ongoing effort of 40 years. He's very humble, so he's not going to tell you all of the incredible things with this work, but this is a free film screening and a Q&A session with my father and I. And it's going to be helping people to understand that deeper hidden history that I was talking about, connecting the dots to the current issues that we're seeing today, and also offering healing solutions.
Very, very important. And here is resilience in a time of uncertainty.
Yes.
And so a free online webinar at 2:00 on September 26th to find the silver lining in these changing times. And people can register by going to your website.
Yes, they can.
And do you want to say anything about the course?
So the Reverence course, Reverence Code Reset, is similar to what I was just sharing. It's really helping people. I've had people around the world. I just had a group of women around the world come together in an 8-week course, and it's been really beautiful and transformative to see all of the ways in which they're opening their hearts and their minds, really going into the shadow, which is courageous work, but also finding that reverence code within ourselves is part of this deep healing that's needed right now.
Well, thank you again, Shauna. It's always wonderful to have you on this show. Thank you very, very much for all that you're doing for our world and that beautiful message, especially the message at the end that you gave to us. It's very powerful.
Thank you so much. Good to be here.
All right. Well, this show is amazing. It's just so much wisdom, each person expressing. And this is now one of my favorite times of the show. This is when I get to thank all the people who have contributed. And boy, a lot of people have contributed. So take a few breaths as I want to thank Tim, Lorna, Susie, Iona, Jenny, Jasmine, Dara, our beloved Jay Mayer, sponsor of our show, made a very big and beautiful donation. Thank you, Jay. Rhonda, Elizabeth, Karen, Corinne, Nancy, Carol, Cheryl, Gail, Noel, Barbara, Autumn, Deborah, Jewel, Veronica, my friend Veronica, Kim, Elja, Marlene, another Kim with 2 M's, Marie, Salty, and Heather. Thank you, everybody, so much for sharing and being so generous. We really, really appreciate you so much. And again, we really appreciate all of our broadcast partners. And it's been kind of fun seeing how many people are watching on Unify. We've had between 100 and 200 people watching on Unify and a lot of comments. So thank you to all of those watching on Unify. And again, on September 26th, we're going to be working with Disclosure Fest Foundation and Portals for Ascension, 2 of our favorite broadcast partners. Global Days of Unity, we're going to be working with once a month. Awake TV, Earth Dance Global. If any of you are watching on those networks, thank you. Alan Steinfeld, New Realities TV. And again, the Sign Network. It's a wonderful, everybody should join the Sign Network, SINE Network. And then my organization, Love Coach Academy. Love Coach Academy brings 15 free online webinars every day, every week, not every day, every week to support all of you, all of us during this incredible time of the pandemic. And that kind of leads to introducing Jay Mayer. And Jay is who sponsored this show, and very, very grateful for Jay. And so we're going to play a little bit of an introduction to Light Touch. Light Touch is what Jay has created. And to give you a little bit more information about Light Touch, I have a short video to play for you. Throughout my life, I've had the opportunity to study with many of the great teachers, Deepak Chopra, Marianne Williamson, Marshall Rosenberg, Tony Robbins. These are all people that I've had pretty significant contact and connection with that I've learned from. But I want to say that of all the tools I've learned, Light Touch is as valuable as any of them. It's simple. We all can do it. Just slowing down, awakening the senses, feeling the beauty of our body, and combining affirmations and appreciations. Doing it by yourself, doing it with another. And what it does is we create a magnetic relationship to life. And in that magnetism, we attract good fortune. We even attract abundance. And we certainly attract love in many, many ways. Look, I'm the founder of the Love Coach Academy. I'm all about, and I've been studying all my life, how to bring more love authentically into our lives. And Light Touch is a wonderful way to do that. That's why all of our love coaches learn the tools and practices of Light Touch. In fact, you're about to watch a video with some of our love coaches who have been practicing Light Touch and having amazing results. Let's go all the way to Hawaii to meet Timothy and Tomoko.
First, I was a little skeptical of, is this going to actually manifest anything in our life? And I have to say, from the very first day, amazing serendipitous occurrences began. And Tomoko had also been calling in a Japanese female housemate who speaks Japanese. And we now have a female Japanese American housemate who speaks Japanese. And that was the day of the first Light Touch session. And that was one of the affirmations that I was saying earlier.
That's pretty cool how they were able to attract something so specific. So just want to encourage everybody to go to lovecoachacademy.com. I actually shut down the video a little bit too fast there, so I'm going to move it all the way to the end. If you go to lovecoachacademy.com, we're offering a free survey. It's only about 15 questions, but it helps us understand where you might be needing relationship support. And so I'm going to bring that back up again. What's happening is our love coaches are offering free discovery sessions and support. So what you do is you go to lovecoachacademy.com, you take our free survey. It's about 15 short questions, kind of just knock it in the box. And it helps us know what's going on with you, where you might be seeking relationship support. And then one of our love coaches will provide a free 15-minute discovery session with you to help give you some support. And again, I want to thank Jay Mayer for making all that happen. And we'll hear a little bit more from Jay later in the show. And now it's my pleasure to turn it over to my partner, Deborah Chusky.
Thank you, Scott. And I want to personally thank all the donors from tonight and all the sponsors and everyone that makes this happen. It really takes a village to pull this all together and give this out to the world. So my deep heartfelt thanks from everyone who's contributing and the broadcast partners and all of that. And we are going to continue with some amazing shows coming up. Next week, September 19th, we are celebrating the International Day of Peace. Our theme will be through unity, we can create peace in the world. We've got incredible people with us. We've got Carolyn Mace, we've got Matt Kahn, Lynn Twist. We will have the comedian Swami Beyondananda, and we'll have a magician, Jeff McBride, and many other presenters and musicians. It's going to be a really amazing show. We are also going to be broadcast on the Shift Summit and Music Festival, which is happening September 18th through the 21st with a whole host of musicians and keynote speakers. I'll go ahead and post their link in the chat room so that you can participate in that as well. Then on September 29th, we are going to be partnering with Portal to Ascension and Disclosure Fest Foundation. We love collaborating with online programs and festivals that aren't able to happen this year, like Disclosure Fest, but they're both going to do some virtual festivals coming up, and we're going to bring some of their top keynote speakers to share about disclosure, but also share tools about how to deal with all this information that's being revealed now. And we are working on our fall season, October, November, December. We're going to have 12 incredible shows for you with all kinds of new collaborations and alignments and the topics that are really key to what's happening now. We really tune into the pulse of what's going on and bring in those speakers and musicians that can give us the information that really soothes our heart and give us the feeling and the coming forward of what we need to know right now during these challenging times. So thank you so much. And the next thing we're going to share is our next GoFundMe person. And the GoFundMe, again, thank you so much for your donations. And Scott, would you like to share about grandmother Flor de Mayo and what's going to be coming with her?
Yes, in just a few minutes after a couple of other speakers and songs, we're going to show a video that I recorded with grandmother Flor de Mayo. And she has this remarkable, very important seed project, which I can't do justice to describing, but stick around for a few minutes because we're going to hear from grandmother very, very wise information. We're going to learn more about her seed project. And that's also one of our projects that we're going to be supporting through the money that comes in. So we're supporting, this week, we're supporting Eric, who of course lost his home and his recording studio in the fire. And we're going to be supporting grandmother Flor de Mayo's seed project. But before we get to that video, we've got a couple of, we have one other speaker. And before that speaker, it's time for a little more music. So I am going to turn it over to Suzanne Sterling, who hopefully, there she is. Hi,
Hello.
Suzanne.
Hi. Okay, so what a beautiful, what a beautiful night. And thank you all for your wisdom. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Shauna. Thank you, Chief Phil Lane. Thank you, Zarina. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, all of you. Chief Golden Eagle, Golden Light Eagle. I'm humbly offering a personal song here. And I'm offering it from my heart because it came out of a time of deep despair. And it is a prayer to the divine feminine. It's a prayer to the goddess. It's a prayer to that immanence that is in all things, that we might turn our suffering into devotion, that we might turn our suffering into prayer, that we might live into that prayer, that we might sing into that prayer, that we might speak that prayer. And that as we speak that prayer, all the unspoken stories, all the unspoken and suppressed voices rise up. That is my deep prayer in singing this song for you tonight. And I humbly offer it to you from my heart. I'm standing here before you. I dance under your moon. I'm naked here before you. I cannot see my way. I cannot see anything at all. I'm standing at the crossroads, and I
don't know which way to go. Dying down here. Sometimes all I see is despair. Sometimes I hear music. I hear music. I hear music that no one else can hear. Oh, J Ma, J Ma, J Ma. Oh, Ma, J Ma, J Ma. Oh, J Ma, Guru Ma Durga. I wanna see your face. I wanna whisper in your ear. You are the breath inside the breath, inside the breath, inside the breath. And I surrender. And I will listen. And I will try to be strong. I will sing your praises, sing your praises. I will sing your freedom song. Oh, J Ma, J Ma, J Ma. Oh, Ma, J Ma, J Ma. Oh, J Ma, Guru Ma Durga. I sing praises to the one who is made of the sun. I sing praises to the queen of the dark. I sing praises to the flame. Oh, we are eternal. Oh, J Ma, J Ma, J Ma. Oh, Ma, J Ma, J Ma. Oh, J Ma, Guru Ma Durga. Kali, Kali Ma, Kali Ma, Ma, May all beings be free. May all beings be free. May all beings be well. May all beings be well. May all beings find their way, find their way, find their way, find their way, find their way.
Praises to the divine feminine. May she rise. May she hold all of us in this deep time. May she bring hope into our hearts. May we awaken with her deep and profound love. Blessed be.
Ooh. Thank you so much, Suzanne, for that prayer in the form of song. Chills, absolute chills. And you can remember, everybody, you can learn all about Suzanne's courses, get the music by going to Suzanne Sterling. She spells it with a Z, SUZANNE Sterling.com, SuzanneSterling.com. And Suzanne, I'm just so grateful. You've brought so much to this show tonight. God bless you. Whew.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you so much. And now we're really honored to present a man who is a keeper of the knowledge of ancestral wisdom of the Inca culture. Anta Arco is a member of the Council of Ancestral Wisdom Keepers of the Four Directions of the World. He shares the ancient Inca wisdom for the well-being and the development of consciousness of today's world. He shares ancestral knowledge, is building bridges between the modern science and ancestral knowledge. He founded Huasi Kamek Inca Spiritual Knowledge Center in Peru, and not-for-profit, and the Solar Seed of Consciousness. So we are so honored and blessed to have you with us. Thank you, Anta Arco.
Wilka napaikui wauhekunai panaikuna, allí rimanikui, allí rimantzich, e yapantzich ta teximuyupa pachangwa. Greetings, brothers and sisters, family. It's an honor for me to share here a little bit about this time and how the indigenous people from North, Central, and South America carry the information and the knowledge about this period of time that is happening, that we are all experiencing in our lives at this time in the world. So I just want to share a little bit like this prophecy that is in my language is Pachakutik. The Pachakutik is the time. It is a natural law. It is come with a natural law that is part of the movement of the cycles of the cosmos and universe, that the Pachacute is being part of this movement and expansion of our cosmos. In one part, the Pachacute, the process of transformation that is happening all the time in our cosmos, is happening all the time. And we as beings in this planet, also from thousands of years, our ancestors, they recognize all these natural laws and all these movements that happens through time. And in this time, especially that we're going in this process of transition, we call the Taripa y Pacha. It's a period of transition where the cosmos and human beings, that is, we are being in this process of transmutation and going to a beginning of a new time, a new era. And in this transition, in this process of transmutation, of a new beginning, of a new era, many things happen. And just like this manifestation of this change is happening in our planet, and we are being more aware of all this that is happening and how actually nature themselves and the force of life has their own intelligence and their own conscience. And we as a humans, sometimes we think that we are in control of nature and or in our planet, but now we can realize that actually we are not in the we can't control nature. That the life force movement and the life force energy of life has their own conscience and intelligence. And this what we are passing through this now is the manifestation of this, and we call that as the hucha, the kappa hucha. It is a consequence, it is a symptom of the state of conscience of a human being. So wherever we did, wherever we make, wherever we speak, and we did our actions, has an effect. And we are in the period of this effect, and we are receiving this effect. And this is also a part of a natural law, no? The natural law of Aini, the natural law of cause and effect, that every vibration, every movement, every giving has a consequence, no? And now we are receiving all this in this period of change that is coming to provoke a new transformation, to provoke a new awakening in a human being conscience. And in this way, what we can do, or what we can find a balance or harmony with all this situation that is happening at this time, it is practically is an invitation to see ourselves, to see within ourselves the really meaning about life, the really meaning about what we give or what we create in this lifetime, what is our offering to life, what is our giving to others, to our family, to our community, to our nation, to the world. So it's an invitation to go in this process, to see ourselves our really true essence, our core of our essence, to seek a little bit deeper, more than before. We think that, sometimes everything that we know already, all the technology that there is, it is incredible. Yes, it is very special, all the things that we discover at this time, but still there is things that we don't understand. And there is the people and the keepers, as what we call the indigenous people from the 4 directions of the planet. We still keep these codes and information about all these prophecies and about all these changes that comes during times. And now it is the time of this sharing. It is the time of this revealing this ancient knowledge and information that goes beyond rational intelligence or intellectual intelligence. It is a new beginning of a spiritual awakening beyond everything that we can see, everything that we can do. There is more to understand about life. So I just want to share in behalf of, on behalf of lots of people, lots of elders, knowledge keepers that I meet in my path, in behalf of them and everything that I learn from them, I want to share that, yes, we are in this time, and what we can do is acknowledge this time in the way that it is, but at the same time creating a new path, a new beginning, creating a path of transformation, creating a path of awakening. And this is what is coming with all this situation that is happening. So I want to say thank you to everybody to be part of this. And I think this is very beautiful. More than before, we need to walk in this way, you know, all family, all human family together, coming and sharing, you know, in harmony. That's the best way that we can still walk in this path. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very, very much. And Deborah has been putting in the chat box and on the Facebook pages your website, but here it is as well. You can learn more by going to tsakaruna.ca, sakaruna.ca. And well, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with us and being just one of these extraordinary voices. So much wisdom tonight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to alert, because we're running a little bit late, and so I just wanted to alert our panelists that I've shifted the agenda around a little bit, so you may want to check the agenda. I'm going to show the grandmother Flor de Mayo video next, and then after that, we're going to go to Rogelio and his son for their flute and Hopi prophecy. So just want to let everybody know that. And now I'm going to share with you a video I recorded with grandmother Flor de Mayo about 2 weeks ago. And there's some really wonderful, really beautiful what she has to share. So here we go. Hopefully my dog will not do too much barking. I'll mute myself. Here we go. Thank you so much, grandmother, for being with us today. And I would love for you to please tell us a little bit about the vision you received, about the importance of the seed bundles and what it is you're doing to protect the seed bundles and to the work that you're doing, please.
I'd like to send greetings to everyone in the Four Directions. Thank you. Much greetings to you, brothers and sisters in the Four Directions. It is a great honor for me to be here with you on this beautiful, beautiful day of Ich. It is the day in which we celebrate the spirit of the sacred breath. And in the celebration of the spirit of the sacred breath, we celebrate the spirit of the spoken word. Thank you, beloved Creator, for allowing me to be here with my brothers and sisters, where I could speak of that sacred vision. Thank you. It was some time ago, about 11 years ago, that I was awakened. The voice of the beloved mother spoke to me, awakening me, allowing me to see in this panoramic vision myself sitting in a little rocking chair, doing the beautiful, beautiful humming, the connecting to the mother. And she said to me, daughter, make little bundles of seeds. And as she spoke, I was like animated. And in the vision, I had these tiny little pieces of cloth. And I started to take different seeds, put them in the center of the little cloth. And I started tying them as I hummed. As I rocked in my little rocking chair. And as the mother instructed me, and I picked up the seeds, put them in the little cloth, she said to me, give these little bundles to the children as they're being born. Speak to the mother and the fathers and remind them that the seeds are living children. They need protection, and that they have an obligation to remind their human children to protect them, to take care of them. And so you give them also a bundle to the parents. And so the vision went on with this animation of making the bundles. And I took the little squares and I tied them and I put them in a little container. And pretty much when I was done making these tiny little bundles, I saw myself meeting with people and gifting them these little bundles. So I have been making these bundles, like I said, for about 11 years. And that has been the beginning of not only the bundles, but also meeting with seed keepers and inviting them to come down and visit us at the path, and also creating the vision of constructing a temperature control environmental house so that these seeds can be kept.
Grandmother, so many of us, especially in the Western world, we just go to the market and get the food. And we don't even have an awareness of the importance of seeds at the level that you're preserving and protecting. Can you tell us a little bit more about the seed bundles and kind of the sanctity of that work?
Well, we, in the beginning, we had invited 3 seed keepers. Right now, this very moment, we have the 4th seed keeper that is coming down in September, this month. And what the seed keepers do is that the seeds that we do have in the seed temple, they go out to different seed growers around outside of New Mexico and also in New Mexico. They grow seeds and they bring them back or send them back to the seed temple. And so we keep them viable, keep them going. For myself, this is one of the first seasons that I have put a garden together. And so the one thing about having a garden or growing a garden or being aware of seeds and garden is that we need a piece of land. Of course, we can grow small things in a pot, but I think that is the downfall of us in this modern time, that not everybody has a little plot of land that they can put a little garden, whether it's a vegetable garden, an herbal garden, a flower garden. So in that respect, it is difficult. However, I do encourage everyone to plant something, even if it's in a little pot. I've tried it here. I tried growing flowers in a pot. I tried growing one vegetable in a pot. And so we try. We just keep trying, and we realize the dedication, not only the dedication, but the worry about the water. Did I water it correctly? Did I water it too much? Do I have it in the proper place? Does it have enough sunlight? Do we protect it from the wind? How do we cover it up if we have like an emergency snowfall? So we think about all of these things. And so when I think of farmers and growers that are growing acres and acres of land, it's very, very daunting to think of the incredible work. And of course, it takes a lot to do that. When we go to the store, it takes us away from that reality and that relationship that we should be having with our food, our plants.
Thank you so much for coming back on here for a second. I'm feeling humbled listening to you, because you're right. It's like we take so for granted the miracle of how food grows, the miracle of how Mother Earth nourishes us. And I really love your recommendation for all of us to grow something, so that we have, as part of our daily awareness, how to be caretakers of the earth, how to be gardeners, even if it's just a pot, one vegetable in a pot like you were describing, or a little bit in our backyard if we have some dirt, some earth. So thank you so much for that wisdom. And thank you so much for blessing us by being on our show. This is your third time you've been on our show. And it's really, we're very, very blessed to have you with us. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so, so very much. Much love and light.
I love how she always hums, when she kind of to drop in and to tune in. So to tell you a little bit more about the Seed Project, because this is one of the things we're going to be supporting. So you give us money to the GoFundMe, and that goes into a pot, and some of it's going to go to Eric, who you met earlier, and some of it goes to Grandmother Flor de Mayo. And here's, we can learn just a little bit, you can get a little bit sense of it. She's got 40 acres on her land, and her Seed Temple and Sacred Temple for Humanity is something we really want to support. It's in New Mexico. And so again, by supporting our GoFundMe, some of that money is going to go to Grandmother Flor de Mayo. And of course, some of it's going to go to Eric. And we're going to meet Eric again a little bit later in our show. And also shortly after this, I'm going to read off more of our donors. Thank you so much. The donations are continuing to come on. And again, you can donate by going to GoFundMe and put in Global Peace Tribe, or Deborah's been doing a wonderful job of periodically putting it both in the chat box for the people here in the Zoom room and also in the chat box for people watching on Facebook. Thank you so, so much. All right. Well, I want to acknowledge that we're going a little bit late. We're running a little bit late, but everybody is just sharing so beautifully. And to introduce Rogelio, I'm going to turn it over to Deborah. Can you do the introduction for Rogelio? Otherwise, I can pull it up.
Sure.
Thanks.
Yes. This is a very special person who is going to give us a transmission of music and some wisdom. He lives in Sedona, where he's been for 28 years. He does a lot of gatherings, harmonic convergence, and other Sedona gatherings. He works as a spiritual guide, astrologer, healer, and he's ordained as a minister in the order of Melchizedek. And he's also a medicine person of the Olik Chuva Native American Church, and many, many other things. So thank you so much for joining us and sharing your music and your wisdom. Rogelio.
Hello, hello. Thank you for inviting us, my son Tonatiuh and I. And I've been in Sedona, it's been 33 years now, so it's been a while. And I've been working as a spiritual guide and teacher. And a part of my story is that I've drawn from many traditions. My ancestry come out of Mexico, but born in the United States, I've had to find the truth in a variety of ways through my own mystical experiences and through deep studies in my vision quest. So this time is a very powerful time. This time is, change has been in the air for a long time now. And many of the elders back in the last decade or two of the 20th century talked about this time of change. Many of those elders have already passed over now. And so we are passing that message to us. For myself, I was living on Maui, Hawaii, and living on Maui in, this is back in the 80s, early 80s. I also had an encounter with a UFO phenomenon and made contact with from the Star People. And when I came to Sedona in 1987 on the summer solstice, they again contacted me and beamed the energy into my mind's eye and spoke to me. And they said to me that this is where you've come to do your work, and you're to be a spiritual guide. There'll be thousands and thousands of people coming to see you, coming searching for answers to Sedona and to speak of love and inspiration. And they said there's going to be a great awakening coming, a great awakening. It has been prophesied by ancient cultures from around the world. So in this time of change, I've been studying prophecy and I've been around various elders, etc. But the timelines change, things shift. If you remember back in the day, there was a sleeping prophet, Edgar Cayce. He spoke of the Earth axis shift in 1998. So we know we weren't ready for it then. And what he did say back in his day was that if the people were beginning to awaken, time can change that. And so, 2012 has come to us, and with this, the masses are beginning to awaken that there is something shifting. In many ways, people will feel like it's just the same old, but it's not. Everything is accelerating, and now with the Mother Earth and the changes that we're seeing, we're coming into it now. Once upon a time, back in those 1990s, etc., that gave me a bit of anxiety about the Earth changes phenomenon, the power of what those changes were about. But I've found peace in my soul because I come to understand that there is no death. And you know this when you talk to people who've died and crossed over and have come back. In crossing over, they have confronted that fear, that great fear of dying, and moving into the sense of great peace. In that peace, they perceive light emanations, light beings of pure love. They perceive their families there, or even their pets, coming back into this life, no longer afraid to die, and therefore no longer afraid to live. So we are being asked to drop our fear of death and to awaken to the power of love. Prophecies from all traditions speak of this time that we are awakening the dreamers of love, heaven on earth. Heaven on earth is being, it's asked of us to trust that we are taken care of. It's like you can only die and go to heaven. So now it's about mastering your mind, clearing your shadow, finding healing within your life, healing your relations, giving strength to your family. It's about us connecting to the spirit of the Mother Earth. And like grandmother said, like growing some plants and getting a connection with that life that comes forth from the plants, from the earth, from the water, giving our energy to the Mother Earth to strengthen our psychic connection with her. We are birthing within us the new time. And as we birth within us, the earth itself is going to shift. And which comes first? The great shift may come in a very quick way. It may be gentle, May we move to the higher dimensional reality, and may all of us recognize our oneness with the source and know that we have that part of that love within us. Nothing to fear, just take common sense, practical steps to your best. So I want to play a little bit of flute, and then my son is going to read some of a vision from the Hopi about this time and the time of us getting our community together and getting in harmony with our true selves. I'm going to play the flute, so you just put that do there. Thank you, everybody.
We are the ones we've been waiting for. Hopi Elders Prophecy, June 8th, 2000. You have been telling people that this is the 11th hour. Now you must go back and tell the people that this is the hour. And there are things to be considered. Where are you living? What are you doing? What are your relationships? Are you in right relation? Where is your water? Know your garden. It is time to speak your truth. Create your community. Be good to each other. And do not look outside yourself for your leader. Then he clasped his hands together, smiled, and said, "This could be a good time. There is a river flowing now very fast. It is so great and swift that there are those who will be afraid. They will try to hold on to the shore. They will feel they are being torn apart and will suffer greatly. Know the river has its destination. The elders say we must let go of the shore, push off into the middle of the river, keep our eyes open and our heads above the water. And I say, see who is in there with you and celebrate. At this time in history, we are to take nothing personally, least of all ourselves. For the moment that we do, our spiritual growth and journey come to a halt. The time of the lone wolf is over. Gather yourselves. Banish the word struggle from your attitude and your vocabulary. All that we do now must be done in a sacred manner and in celebration. We are the ones we've been waiting for.
And to close off first, I want to sing a song. My ancestry come out of Mexico, the Mexica and Tolteca. And I want to sing a song to the Sacred Mother for a blessing. I sing it in my own style. I'm kind of do everything in my own kind of unique way. Way to Nancy, 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 way to Nancy. Way to Nancy, way to Nancy. Ipanimo wanita kinowaki, tatakamati to Nancy. Ipanimo wanita kinowaki, tatakamati to Nancy. Way to Nancy. Nancy, way to 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 Nancy, Ipanimo wani. Nancy, Maki, Atoka Mati Tonansi. Oh, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I want to really acknowledge what a wonderful job your son did. Beautiful job. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah. And to learn more about Rahilio and all that he offers, I want to encourage everybody to go to rahilio.homestead.com. That's RAHELIO.homestead.com. And Rahilio leads all sorts of tours. If you're going to go to Sedona, you definitely want to connect with Rahilio. And thank you very much, both of you, for your beautiful contribution tonight. Really, really appreciate that very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much.
Your microphone kind of went out because it doesn't know how to handle drums. Zoom does not do well with drums, so the drum kind of knocked out your voices a little bit there.
Okay.
All right. Again, I want to just acknowledge that we're running a little bit late, but we've got two more really exciting things for you. In a moment, we're going to have a little bit more with Serena and Olax. And then we've got a very extraordinary announcement from Chief Phil. And we kind of put Chief Phil's announcement at the end because we want everyone to stay for it, because it's truly a really big deal. So please stick around with us. And I also want to again thank Jay Mayer for making all this happen. And we've got a very, very short video that just talks about something very important. You know, we keep hearing that we are the ones we've been waiting for. And, you know, we heard that we've got to heal our minds. We have to heal our relationships. And by healing our relationships, we truly heal and change the world. So here's a short video all about that. And one of the most important tools that I really want everyone to understand and to practice is light touch. I've also witnessed how light touch has helped so many couples go from being angry, hurt, and aggressive to gently reconnecting. It's a beautiful way to reconnect. So please, take a look, go down to our website, and discover how light touch can support you and your relationships. And thank you for watching. So again, you can go to lighttouch.me, or you can go to Love Coach Academy, that's my organization, take our free survey. And when you take our survey, and actually it's really cool, a lot of you have already done that tonight, then we find out kind of what you're needing, what's happening with you. And then that gives us the opportunity to provide you with direct support. We'll have one of our love coaches reach out to you, schedule a free 15-minute discovery session, and we're here to support you. You know, I'm going to say one last thing, which is, as someone who makes his living all day long working with clients, families, relationships, the combination of the pandemic, economic uncertainty, social unrest, all the election, polarization, relationships are really struggling. So many families, couples are struggling under the pressure of all of this, and they need extra support. And that's why they need tools like Light Touch and the tools that Love Coach Academy provides. All right, it's my pleasure to go back to Zarina, and she's got a very special offering for us.
Thank you so much. I've been listening and doing my fresh presentation. So the, oops, I'm going to share the screen again. So while I was listening to, I dropped into discoveries of what I am doing and what we can contribute. And as being, you know, representative of Native people, Indigenous people of Arctic Siberia, Saka people, and representative of young people, that this is our little contribution. Andres and I, we created Olax project 5 years ago, and this is our first social project we would like to start. It calls Indigenous Virtual Tour. So it's basically, we would like to launch the video series of stories, music, and wisdom of indigenous people around the world, featuring Wodolux. We would like to launch that project by the end of this year. So the Indigenous Virtual Tour is an online gathering of Indigenous musicians, and we would invite them and let them first of all, to introduce their cultures and to discuss about environmental issues, the problems what we have in the world, and sharply located in that area where they come from, where they live, and also ancestral wisdom to solve them. So it's like everything we talked today, we would like to also listen to their wisdom, each culture's wisdom, how to solve the problems we have today. And also, of course, the main point will be the traditional music, and creating an amazing collaboration with Andreas's Modern Beats, because he's a representative of modern world, and he's an amazing drummer and percussionist and vocalist. But the main thing he does, it's an incredible feeling of the sound and bringing traditional music, making it up. I just put there the musicians I have talked with, and this is only the beginning, and you can see this is from each continent, and highlighting the issues they have, for example, the poverty, human rights, hunger, deforestation, in Peru, mining in my homeland, ocean pollution, and wildfires. So, and the musical part would be an amazing collaboration with each musician. And we would love to start from our dear friend Jerome Kavanagh Pautama from Maori people of New Zealand. And we had a great chance to invite him to our last, before pandemic, big concert in LA. So he's a Grammy Award-winning musician, and he's an amazing person, amazing human being, and totally embodying his culture. So, and so I would like to start from New Zealand and go around the world. Where we're gonna publish that videos. So this video series will be, first of all, published in our official social media, such as YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. We have the most crowd there, and Facebook. And we are also supported by United Nations Council of Indigenous Peoples. This is a new IGO, intergovernmental organization based in Canada, deeply working with the United States. They were called to support, and they said, yes, we're going to do that. And they gave us also a lot of contact from Indigenous Peoples Movement. They are about 200,000 people on Instagram, and also CBC News and Reclaimed from CBC Music and Radio. So I'm very, very happy that we can use the modern tools to share this amazing people, amazing music, amazing knowledge, and very important ancestral wisdom. So this is the information about us, who we are. And thank you so much for your attention. If you are interested, if you have beautiful musicians from very, far remote tribe, if you know somebody, if you have recommendations, please feel free to send information to oloxbooking@gmail.com. And we would love to expand this. I'm going to stop here. Expand this project, and hopefully to have more impact and something useful from our heart and from our souls. And in the end, I would like to share with you my second song. It's Blessing of the Mother Nature. And I'm going to sing a lot of birds and animal sounds from Arctic Siberia. The main one is the reindeer breath, the reindeer.
Oh my, wow. I'm so impressed with Serena and the beautiful vision that she and Olax have. And again, I want to remind everybody that you can learn all about Olax and Serena by going to olax.life, OLOX.life. She also teaches online classes. She is a remarkable woman who does a lot of remarkable things. And so much so that I've actually invited her to be my guest on my Sacred Sunday show tomorrow. Every Sunday, I do an online show. It's free. It's on Facebook. You can go to my Facebook profile page. It's at 10 o'clock in the morning, Pacific time. It's called Sacred Sundays with Scott. And tomorrow we're going to really drop in with Serena and learn more about her vision, about Olax, and kind of the sanctity of it all. Really kind of carrying through what we started tonight with all these beautiful indigenous elders. So thank you, Zarina, for bringing such exquisite sound and wisdom and such a unique part of the world to us. And I'm looking forward to us having an entire hour together tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Scott. Machtal, have a good night. Larry. See you.
Thank you. All right. We still have Chief Phil with that big announcement coming up, but I do want to take a moment to thank all the people that are supporting us. And again, the money is going to support Eric Jones, who lost his recording studio and his home in the fire, and also grandmother Flor de Mayo's amazing seed project. I want to thank Kangit, Neil, Dean, Aviana, Amy, Nisha, Lorraine, Sarah, Ayada, and Anthony. Those are all people who have donated since the last time. And I especially want to thank Jay Mayer. Jay is who is sponsoring this show. And I'm going to turn over to Jay, who has a special something that he wants to share. And thank you again, Jay, for your incredible generosity throughout the time that we've been doing this show. You've supported us through GoFundMe quite a bit. You've sponsored this show. You sponsored the show last month, and you're sponsoring the show once a month for us. And we're really grateful for that. So thank you.
Hi. I just wanted to say that one of my passions is healing marriages. And I used to be involved in politics, and I didn't get very far because for many reasons. And so I decided, well, maybe I can help the world through helping people to have better marriages. And that's where I connected with love coach Scott Gatamas, who wants to do the same thing. Every time that we heal a marriage, there's more love on the planet. There's more, if you heal 100,000 marriages, that's enough to create world peace. And so we have the tools. Everyone wants to be happy, and we have tools. And I ask you to give us a chance. Take the survey from lovecoachacademy.com, and we're reaching out to you. We want to teach you these powerful techniques to invoke, the blessings, invoke healing, invoke miracles, invoke indigenous wisdom. And, Light Touch is a vessel for those who understand that, maybe you're feeling like, wow, that sounds interesting. Well, that's the spirit talking. So, we're offering this to you, and I want to make this short because we're running late, but you're very welcome. And take a 15-minute free consultation with Love Coach Academy today.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you so much for all your support. And now here's Deborah. You're muted.
And what is next, Scott?
Chief Phil, you get to introduce the big announcement and Chief Phil.
Yes, we are honored to bring Chief Phil back again. He did our opening blessing, which was so powerful and so right on. And he is now here to give a very special announcement. Chief Phil Lane.
Midakiapi, my very, very honored and respected relatives, our human family. I'm very thankful tonight to be here with our relatives and to share what's been going on for over 500 years. More than 500 years ago, across the Americas was a union for the condor and the eagle, Quetzal. This was the most enlightened, most illumined civilization has ever been known in history. We understood. It's just a material earth suit. It's what behind those earth suits that counts. And so our prophecies across the Americas foretold their great spiritual winter time was coming. And other relatives are human family who had been lost along the way, but who had gained greatly from understanding the powers of the mind would come. And there would be a great, great spiritual struggle here between the forces of light, you might call it, and darkness really doesn't exist because it's just the absence of light, but the struggle to demonstrate the foundation of this world is spiritual, not physical. And so we saw what happened here. And so I want to just acknowledge here, just before we go on, Joanne and Shenandoah, and great people of the Eastern Gate, all of them, relatives. And of course, Dave Kershane, Turtle Lodge, held down the sinner right there, along with all those other relatives and across the north, strong people. And I want to, Zarina, boy, I tell you, I did this National Geographic thing. I traced my ancestry back to where you live from Mongolia. And Rahelo, boy, I'm right with you 100%. And Imanika Shanki, hermano, ha venido a Bolivia en 1971 para trabajar con los hermanos, y voy a demostrar un poco más tiempo una reflexión de las profecías que estamos haciendo ahora, en este momento. And so, really, this kind of goes back way deep, way on beyond my 53 years in this, my 76 winters, but my 53 years on the spiritual path, way before that. So deep, it goes clear back to the prior unity and oneness of the human family, which is time we understand that very deeply. So I just want to preface what I want to share so we get clear about who's visiting, who's not visiting here. Let's go beyond the world of names. Let's go beyond this physical plane of existence. And remember this, I did this, I usually kind of talk, but I want to be very clear with my words here. Very clear. All the powers that distinguishes us as human beings, reason, memory, abstract thought, creativeness, inventiveness, willpower, all are properties of the soul, not the body. In the spiritual worlds, we will recognize one another. Right here is a spiritual world too. We will seek union, but a spiritual union. Important one to remember. A love that anyone may have had for anyone, will not be forgotten in the spiritual worlds, nor will we forget the life we had in this physical world. And now I'm understanding why my father, as he got older and older, could remember every detail, every dimension of his life, right from the time he came to the other side camp, in his womb world. And this one, so important for us to understand. The human soul has no gender, race, ethnicity, or class. This reality makes all forms of prejudice, whatever they may be, intolerable and unacceptable. The human soul is not divided. It is a reflection of our Creator. So, having shared that, if I may, dear brother, I'd like to share my screen just for a minute. And it should go right over here. Let me see here, right here. Let's see. Anyway, son-in-law, can you come help me? Yeah, I'd like to have that be full screen. My son-in-law is coming to my, okay, can you make it big? Perfect. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Okay. As I shared with you, can you see the screen all right? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we see the top half of the image and the first parts. There we go. Now it's just the image.
Yes. So let me connect this. The Hiawatha and Deloria Teospai is the White Swan, Dakota Hongtawa. We have a sacred prophecy. I won't go into it now. It's here in the south. And that's connected on up through Tipi Sapa going on up to Standing Rock, up to Cannonball, Wakpala, so that prophecy of this white buffalo, albino white buffalo, is also my dear our keeper, our 19th white buffalo calf pipe, has a prophecy also of one with dark eyes and dark noses. Both are saying the same thing that's happening. But just briefly, I'll share. Chief Perry, who is the chief of our relatives over in the east, you'll get a chance to meet here in a minute. He put this back to me. We've been talking about this, and so he asked me, we discussed at the right time. This happened tonight. The Union of the Condor, the Quetzal, and Eagle includes more than 78 million indigenous peoples connected digitally across the Americas with indigenous networks growing daily. This does not include the growing number of allies and relatives that are spiritual awakened to their indigenous roots. This digital union now constitutes the 4th largest nation state in the Americas, the youngest and fastest growing population of the Americas, but on Mother Earth. The union's natural resources, including an untold wealth of plant-based medicines, and that's something we haven't begun to share in this world. We have over knowledge and working knowledge in the indigenous people, over 25,000 plants. As Time Magazine noted here some years ago, not too long ago, Western medicine only has a working knowledge of 1,100, and we're engaged with wonderful doctors, medical doctors who are helping us. These surpass any comparable, I should say. So if you took a nation state of 78 million people, which we have and growing, especially like the Chickasaw Nation, how they understand that anybody who's a member of that nation makes it stronger. So that's how we are. If that's the case, then way more than the majority of this population in Americas is, in fact, an indigenous person from that definition. The Union of the Condor, the Quetzal, is connected to a shared history, shared teachings and prophecy of the 4 directions, and the shared vision and dedication to manifesting the beginning of peace on earth by 2030. And just to see just 11 countries, our heart of our union, and you'll see when you look deep into our work, is with our dear relatives of the Condor, the sacred place, the 7 sacred lakes, 25 million relatives there who still speak their language. Peru, our dear brother who just spoke, 14 million. Bolivia, 10 million. Ecuador, almost, and look up the north, 2.13 million here in Canada. Well, you bring us together. We've had to battle in the belly of this beast. Then we have something going all together. Okay. The spiritual foundation, the union of the Condor, the Quetzal, Eagle, is the ancient understanding of the fundamental oneness and the prior unity of all life. Therefore, all members are human family, part of the sacred circle of life. Now I'm going to go through this. I'm going to come down because I think, I got to tell you, let's tell you, Steve Newcomb, I've heard of him, I've watched him, but I've never had a chance to, first time in my life, to hear him directly speak. What, my uncle Vine Deloria Jr. was another one of these scholars, great scholars. And I'll tell you, Steve, and you reflect it in your beautiful daughter, Shauna. She is such an incredibly beautiful human being. If I might go back to my screen share, I don't know why I jumped out of here. Okay, here we go. Okay. I want to go up here, and this is very important. By the way, this is in action now. It's not to be. Okay, here we go. There we go. And here we are. This is our first consultation, July 9th, 1970. Those are the stairs in which Mako Kapak, with a golden staff, walked across the waters and formed the Inca Empire. He came to bring darkness to those who had lost it, to teach ours. They had already had it, which we already know there as former teachers. Melaton Gallardo, born of the sun from a vision. These are brothers, had returned. They knew these holy places. There's so many stories I won't go into now. Prophecy. So let's see. Oh, here we go. Here, I want to, and I want to tell you, this is very informed by the research our dear brother Steve has done. Stephen, the primary challenge that stands before us as Indigenous people, as the human family, and rebuilding the Americas and beyond is disunity. This disunity has been caused by all forms of colonialism, injustice, and genocide. It is a direct result, very important, of the three papal bulls of 1452 to 1493 and the resulting doctrine of discovery. This ongoing colonization with injustice and genocides result in unresolved interracial trauma, internalized oppression, and other deepening global suffering and inequities. We are fully committed to recognizing, addressing, healing, balancing, and eliminating by every peaceful and legal means possible the extreme destructive impacts of disunity. And I want to say, what's been done there not only affected our Indigenous people here. This is where the ghettos came from that end up being genocided. This is where Indigenous people, the Indigenous roots of all the tribes were destroyed, not from Christianity, from churchianity. And we can look around and see what happened to our beloved Buddhist relatives, our relatives of India, relatives all around China, the Pacific Islands, Hawaii, across the Americas, as a result of what happens when physical power gets loose. And at the same time, I give great love and compassion because that also runs in my blood, my French and English blood, to understand our relatives were so suffering when they came here through plagues, 1/3 done to plagues. And you hear Julius Caesar talking about how he destroyed these Germanic tribes. So they're hurt relatives, hurt. And so we give them that love and kindness and compassion. And so Mitaki Epi, I give you my honor and love here. And the last part I will share, if I may, just this last part, so you see the reality of what I'm sharing here. I just find a way here, excuse me.
Take your time, Phil. And honestly, I stopped the screen share just because you're so beautiful and your passion is so much more interesting than looking at the words. So
I appreciate that. And you know, it's been kind of a exciting journey to this time. And I didn't even know that we were, now are we?
You know what, I can pull that up for you. I've got it already. I think I know what it is you're wanting to show. Okay, we got it. There you go.
There we go. Can you see it?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
So Mitaki Epi, after 500 years of struggling spiritually, I'm very thankful to announce tonight the imminent opening, but already the agreement, if I'm going to say it, it's been signed, sealed, and delivered. The Embassy of the Union of the Condor and Quetzal and Eagle. 78 million relatives united digitally and reuniting on the ground as well. Hosted, secured, surrounded by the sovereignties, ancient and perishable everything of the Ramapo and Lenape Nation. Global inaugural ceremonies will be held September 9th to 21st. All these links will take you further into this, which I'm going to share tonight. Here's our preamble. This has been echoed clear across after 16 years of consultation beginning in 1982. This brought to the United Nations and presented President Cuellar and the United Nations, and we shared this is where we're going and this is where we've gone. Here we are, my dear brother, Chief Perry in New York, when we came and prayed together with a very sacred pipe, very holy to us, and we made this union together with all the others. Here's our code of ethics. It comes from our sacred tree, these ancient teachings. You've heard it from clearly tonight from all these beloved elders. This is in our souls. This is written in their spiritual beings, because we're not this physical form. We've done work across the Americas and around Indigenous peoples. And we want basic physical needs. The second thing, before anything else, is spirituality, a sense of purpose. We see that as the foundation built, then you have values more than ethics, safety and security and so forth. So these how we see this unfolds. I won't go into more than this. Here's our how we consult together. Come is drawn from Abe Bernstick and Eddie Belrose, pre-elders, 1975, Sweathouse Lodge, Corvallis, Oregon, shared this information, gave us this, it's spread all over now. And here's our evolving collaborative governance model. It's now in different forms, but using these same processes over 4,000 locations just in the Americas. Here's the qualities of leadership we want expect of our servant leaders. Well, I guess, anyway. It goes on. And I guess I'd be more exciting for me to be speaking directly, but I just want to go through this because people will have time to reflect on it. But it finally comes to the international treaty we signed after 9 years of consultation. Dave Crochane was there. We started this consultation back at the International Indigenous Leadership Gathering. But these are the articles of this international treaty we signed across the Americas, across our relatives in Indonesia. Many of them and many others have joined us. And this is what we fully stand 100%. Nothing less than this is going to stop runaway climate change, which is right on our back, already is happening. So last little thing here. There's more. So we have from the, so to share this, dearest brother, we greet you in the sovereign, unsurrendered territories of Lenape, Ramapo, Lenape Nation. Remember well, when we all prayed together for peace, unity, and reunion, and the reunion of the Condor, the Quetzal, and Eagle at the Ramapo, Lenape Nation, February 2019. Now all of which we prayed for, and that which was prophesied long before us is now unfolding. We are one with the guiding principle and unifying vision of the Union, of the Condor, the Quetzal, the Eagle. We look forward to hosting and securing the Embassy of the Union and its institutions on the sacred and sovereign lands of the Ramapo, Lenape Nation. Chief Dwayne Perry, Ramapo Nation, Lenape Nation. And we asked until October 1st, 2020, we have a lot of consultations we're deeply involved with all over, that if any, in general, you reach us through fourworldcircles@gmail.com. And I really thank you for this has been a divine unfolding. Every song, every word uttered just kept, having me realize, really, we're not this earth suit, just like we weren't the womb suit. We're way beyond that. We're multidimensional. And I got to say to my dear Hanktora Tanahashi, but we know this sacred teachings. Every star, every fixed star has its fixed planets in which there's life uncountable. To think that this universe does not have life coming everywhere. It's a lack of understanding who we are. We're not physical beings, we're spiritual beings. So thank you, dear Scott. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, dear brother, for sponsoring this. Thank you. You can see, I love that forest you're sitting in. I don't know if it's a virtual forest or what kind of forest, but it's a good forest.
No, thank you.
Love you all. And thank you for all, because now we're just getting started, just getting going.
Thank you so much, Chief Dwayne. Like much of life now, it's virtual, I must say. Just said my names, and I'm responsible for my words and my actions. Phil, is there a way that people can get that document if they want to get a copy?
I'll tell you what, if you'll give me about 2 minutes of a kind of a 76 winter old mind, I'll get that for you, and I'll get a copy. I think what you do is you get a copy, and I'll put it in that little box.
That sounds great. And I'll then post it so people can get it. And Deborah will also post it. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Phil, such an honor.
Thank you.
And I just want to acknowledge that the vast majority of people are still watching. We've got 270 people in the Zoom room. We still have 70 people on Unify, 35 people on Love Coach Academy, and countless people in watch parties. Even in my own watch party, 6 people still. So what we are all witnessing is something very extraordinary. We are witnessing the world changing, and it's hard and it's scary, but we're also seeing things like what Phil has presented to us. The embassy of the union of the condor, quetzal, and eagle. The indigenous people coming together. And this is really extraordinary. And that we get to see it and experience it. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the imaginal selves. We are all coming back and coming together. And we're all getting in touch during this incredible global pandemic of what does Spirit want me to do? Whatever you want to call it, life, God, higher self, higher power, however you imagine it. This is our time now to really fulfill our own personal prophecy, our own personal destiny, and to do it as who we are. We are the Global Peace Tribe. Every single one of you, every one of you who can hear my voice, who's listened to Phil, to Jay, to Deborah, to our beautiful presenters and performers, you're all precious. I want to remind you that we're going to have one final song from Eric, if his internet holds out. The internet went out at the hotel that he was in. The fire just keeps following this guy. The copper burned down and the internet went out at his hotel. He went out and found a hotspot. So we're going to have one more song, hopefully from Eric. And I see he's still there. The internet's hanging in there, Eric. But I also want to remind people, there's Eric, I'm going to put the spotlight on him for a minute. But before we hear from Eric, just a reminder that if you're in our Zoom room and you want to share a 1-minute inspiration or thought, please let us know. Send me a private message, or you can send it in the chat box, or you can message me on Messenger and Facebook. Also, if any of you have been hosting watch parties and you want us to acknowledge your watch party, send me a message. I'm the only Scott Katamas on planet Earth, so it's easy to find me on Facebook. Send me a Facebook private messenger message, and I'll acknowledge you and your watch party. Tell me your name and where your watch party was, what geographic location. And again, if you wanted to come on to Community Connections, let me know that in the Zoom chat, and I'll promote you to panelist and introduce you. And we're going to hear from Eric, kind of give us a closing song, and then we'll have a closing thought from Deborah. We'll also get the information from Phil, and then we'll open it up to Community Connections. All right, Eric, how you doing there?
Just in the flow bit.
I love it. You're in another hotel next door.
We found a great landscape, good background, and a reminder of the times. So, I just, every time I'm praying or drinking tea or meditating, I've been recently just feeling the feeling of the rain coming, and how all the calming nervous systems that will be soothed by that water. Just feeling that every time I'm drinking water or see water, I just am praying to that water, like, please just help all these human beings, all these animals, all these lands, all these trees, all of them. We just really need the water. And so I just want to sing a water song that's from Mount Shasta. Hold on one second. Okay, cool. So this is a song that I received when I was up at Squaw Meadow, up at the top in the beautiful meadow there, Mount Shasta. Again, thank you all so much. I'm sorry that I missed the last, half an hour of the speaking and all that, but I was still feeling it. I'm glad we found a little spot. So, all right, here we go. Turn on original sound. Los niños vienen a la montaña para beber agua y respirar. Por la pureza y la esperanza, la vida esté consagrada. Ellos tocan la tierra, con sus corazones a sanar. Mirando hacia el pico, gritan con amor. La montaña nos enseña fuerza, de pie alto gloria a la luz y en el amor. Corrientes revela suavidad, llevando las aguas. Acunados en el valle, aprendemos a recordar. Y los colores, ráfagas brillantes en los prados exuberantes. Y las flores comparten esencias, delicadeza a bailar. En el viento estamos inspirados a ser suave pero potente. Y el amor que compartimos es del agua y del sol. La montaña nos enseña fuerza, de pie alto gloria a la luz y en el amor. Corrientes revelan suavidad, llevando las aguas. Acunados en el valle, aprendemos a recordar. La 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 la. La 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 le 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 tra di di di. Y el amor que compartimos es del agua y del sol. As the mountain teaches us to be strong, stand tall in glory, in the light and in the love. The streams revealing their softness, carrying the waters. It is cradled in these valleys, here we learn to remember. Acunados en el valle, aprendemos a recordar. Children come up to the mountain to drink water and to breathe. With pureness and hope, all of life here is consecrated. The children here, they touch the earth to heal their tender hearts. Staring at the peak, they cry out with love. Madre Shasta nos enseña fuerza, de pie alto gloria a la luz y en el amor. Corrientes revela suavidad, llevando las aguas. Acunados en el valle, aprendemos a recordar. It's cradled in these valleys, here we learn to remember. Oh. Y el amor que compartimos es del agua y del sol. And the love here that we share is of the water and the sun. It's of the water and the sun. Y el amor que compartimos es del agua y del sol.
Thank you so much, Eric. So Angela is asking, where can I find more of Eric's music? Is there a place where people can get your music, Eric?
Yeah, absolutely. I have a website. It's ericjamesmusic.com with Eric with a C. ERIC James JAMES music.com, and all the links to my stuff are there. I have a Bandcamp link there and a SoundCloud, and my newest album is on there and my older albums. And the next album is an album of ceremony music, like this song and the last song I sang. So
There it is. All right,
keep
sir.
in touch. You know, I'll come playing in a living room near you post COVID.
All right, so
Playing in the Zoom room now. So yeah.
Eric, you're beautiful. And again, it's Eric, ERIC, jamesmusic.com. And thank you, everybody, for your beautiful donations. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, beautiful Eric's beloved, for all the support you're giving. There she is.
Thank you. Yes, my pleasure.
And I'm glad you guys found a place to at least give us this final song. Really, really sweet and very, very real. Thank you so
In the
much.
sacred Coke room.
Yeah, the sacred Coke room. All right. So a reminder, if you want to come into Community Connections, I need to get a message from you in the next couple of minutes. And now to say good night, here's my partner, Deborah Juicy.
Thank you, Scott. And again, this has been an amazing show. It's such a creative process of divine transformation to have this seed thought of what we need to do, what we want to do, and birthed from Jay. And then a lot of people contribute to it, and all the amazing presenters, all the musicians, and all the love that's shared tonight. That's one of the main things that marvels me every single show, is the massive love vibration that we connect on and that we share and that we give in energy and heart and green love and all of it. So I'm so appreciative and always so inspired at the end that we can share so much love and divine light. And I want to remind you that next week we have a really big show celebrating the International Day of Peace. Our theme is going to be through unity, we can create peace in the world. We're going to have Carolyn Mace, Matt Kahn, Lynn Twist of Pachamama Alliance, comedian Swami Beyondananda, magician Jeff McBride, a lot of other presenters and music, and it's going to be a whole nother thing. We're going to be broadcast on the Shift Summit and Music Festival, which is happening for 4 days, September 18th through 21st, as well as Global Days of Unity and many other platforms. So please join us then. Join us in the Zoom room. Sign up on globalpeacetribe.com. And thank you so much, and so much love.
All right. Thank you, Deborah. And let's just all take a moment to send Deborah our blessings and our appreciation. Yes, maximum grace for Deborah. Maximum grace. And maximum grace for Eric and his beloved as they travel and hopefully finally can escape the fire. Maximum grace for these two beautiful souls traveling in a van east. Maximum grace for Jay Mayer, who has made this all possible, his vision, his support. Thank you so much, Jay. Thank you. All right. We did have someone who wanted to come on to Community Connections. And I'm going to put the spotlight on you. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce your name. Is it Melian? We're not hearing you though. You're not muted.
Not muted.
Now we hear you.
Okay, great.
Hi,
Hi, it's pronounced Malian.
Malian.
Yes.
What is that?
It's Indonesian.
Beautiful.
So my family are Peranakan Indonesians, and there's a lot to my story that I don't have time to tell here, but my ethnic group was the target of a genocide in Indonesia in 1965. And my grandfather happened to be a witness to the planning of the genocide. He was General Suharto's neighbor. And he was told by the servants everything that was being said in General Suharto's house by the people who were planning the genocide. So this puts a lot of responsibility on my shoulders. My grandfather told me this after I became more active as a musician and an artist to tell our story. And it was a secret that he had kept for over 50 years. It was very difficult for all of us to integrate this information. And so as an Indigenous person, I've been connecting more and more to my global Indigenous family and seeing all the commonalities. And I just wanted to say, I think that Chief Phil's doing something incredible. Everyone has been doing incredible things to connect Indigenous thought all around the world, because we share so much. And I see the commonalities here, very important commonalities. One of them is that we all make it our work to bring positivity and to bring light and to continue to, if you want to say, embroider our reality with this light, with music, with love, with positivity, because this is how we fill our lives and our communities with joy. So there's a question of how do we deal with the shadow and how do we deal with the darkness, which, funny enough, in Indonesia, we have Indonesian shadow puppet theater. So this is very normal for us. And I think that what's beautiful about the new paradigm is that we have science that is informing all of these beautiful Indigenous perspectives that were brought today by everyone. And saying that a lot of these belief systems and this knowledge is being confirmed by science now. So I have a friend who used to say, magic is just a reality that science hasn't proven yet. And I think that what we have to remember is that, the old paradigm, the old chapter in human history was the chapter where we said, well, let's test the balance of good and evil. Is evil equally powerful to good? Can we get the same thing accomplished with evil as we can through good? And I like to say this, the experiment is over. The results are in. It's not the same. It is definitely better for good. And why is that? And so I've done so much work to understand the science of how do we repair trauma? How do we communicate to people? And one of the most interesting things I learned was that things that smell bad, like rotting, compost or something that just stinks, this is something that we've evolved to find quote unquote bad because it'll keep us alive, because those organisms that produce those smells are pathogens that will kill us. And when we smell like nice fresh earth and everything is smells great in nature, that's actually a sign to us that there are no pathogens present, that it's a beneficial presence, and we should move towards it. So there's a towards in a way that has to do with being incarnated in a material body that that in our more intuitive knowing, we can say, well, I don't know, are these things equivalent? But in our material reality, okay, if you eat the moldy fruit, you get sick, and if you eat the nice fruit that's ripe, then you get nutrition. We don't eat unripe fruit. So we in a scenario where we all needed to live off of nature to survive, these things would just be intuitive, kind of like Garden of Eden type of knowing. But because we have so much confusion, because we're removed from nature, we have to use science and we have to work really hard to remember these things. And I guess what I see everyone in the Indigenous community is doing is they're recommitting to the light, and they're recommitting to continue to propagate good, and they're continuing to embroider our reality with beauty and truth and peace. And as much as possible, in the balance of life, good and evil comes to us, but we remain in the center and we get to decide what we create. And I see so much of that happening. And Scott and Deborah, you guys are so awesome. Everyone in this group is committing to the light and doubling down on that. And that's exactly what we need to do. And I love it so much. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for sharing. And what a powerful story that you shared. One thing, I've done a lot of work with people who are dying, and a lot of near-death experience, several television documentaries, worked with a lot of experts. There's an interesting thing to know. Our personality dies with the body. And quite often people who, when they were alive, in the perfectly human drama of it all, may have done terrible things. And very often those beings, once they're out of the body and out of the personality, become some of the greatest guides, angels, and ancestral supports that we could possibly imagine. And so we're all perfectly human. How blessed we are that we are part of this global peace tribe. We're no longer killing, we're not raping, we're not in survival. And we're here to heal and honor our ancestral lineage. And all of us have ancestral lineage that includes being heavily victimized and being predators, being predatory. That's part of the human history of our past. But we get to be that generation that's going from surviving to thriving. And how blessed we are.
It is a blessing. And I think that part of what I want to communicate to people is that if we forgive now, we can heal now. If we heal now, we can be happy now. So to be angry, to hold grudges, is not the point of remembering our history. The remembering of our history is to weave our stories together. The remembering of our histories is to reconcile with each other and bring us back into the circle of love and friendship with everyone on the planet. And so to move into that space is sometimes, you're right, people come to this lifetime through many lifetimes, and they come to play the role that they, that they can provoke evolution and they can provoke healing. And sometimes they come to cleanse karma that, I can think of souls that I know for many lifetimes who I know are here because they went through terrible loss and trauma, and that they became contaminated with hate and the need for revenge, and their anger is being spread. This is the Hawaiian teaching called Navaya Kane. The mirror reflects. So if I bring into the mirror the contamination of hate and revenge, then that's what gets perpetuated through my life and through my self-expression. So that's why I cleanse myself. That's why we have healing, so that before I become part of the reflection of the human circle, I actually deal with my own emotional hygiene, as the Dalai Lama calls it. I clean myself up before I come and I reflect what's inside me to everyone. And that is what I believe the elders and the speakers, Blue Star, Serena, everyone has been projecting, their beauty and their light, because then it will perpetuate. And that is an extremely powerful choice to be making.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you for being our first person to come into Community Connections. And I think I forgot to acknowledge that we actually asked people to keep it to 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm just responding to what you said.
Yeah,
But
no.
I'm happy to.
Yeah,
If maybe people want to connect, I'll just share my Facebook page.
yeah, pop your Facebook page in there.
Okay.
And just to be honest, my dogs are really antsy. It's been 6 hours that I've been kind of sitting in this chair operating all this. So I need to get
You
some
are
food.
a
My
trooper.
dogs need to get out there.
Yeah.
And take them for a walk. So I'm going to very, very briefly, there are 2 other people that asked to come on, but I'm going to really ask you to just keep it to 1 minute, please. We're going to go to Shauna. Good to see you again, Shauna. I know you've been on before. What's your inspiration you wish to share?
Oh, well, first of all, 2 things. The first thing is that when I shared last week, I felt like I wasn't kind of making sense, or the point I wanted to make. I do support Black Lives Matter and that movement. And I was promoting the word "and" so that somehow there could hopefully be agreement with the Black Lives Matters group and the police, with the police reform. So that was my first thing. In the town I live in, we had a really big windstorm, 70 miles per hour, and the whole valley lost thousands of trees. And my favorite tree got damaged, the one I would go and sit by during my cancer treatments. And so I've been spending time with that tree, just sitting with that tree, loving it and appreciating it, kind of being in the process as that might be trimmed. And I just felt like by doing so, that was rippling out love to all the trees that are suffering right now, whether it's the fires or anything like that, the trees that came down in our community. So I don't know, maybe just putting it out that people could go spend time with some trees and send them love and healing, and that can ripple out. And the last thing, for the Indigenous people, I hope sometime they could present on, in their history, what did their people do when there were fires? How did they get away from them? When you were, living in your teepees and in the land and in the forest, and if there was a fire, what would the Indigenous people do? And I'm assuming they took better care of the forest than we did. And so maybe they didn't have the downed logs and the fuel for the fires. But sometime that would be a neat teaching for any of the Indigenous people out there. So anyways, thank you so much.
Thank you, Shauna.
Take care of your dogs.
Okay, thank you, Shauna. And I'm really appreciating that Shauna's reminding us, with these horrific wildfires, imagine how many animals are dying or losing their habitat, how many trees, how many little microorganisms. I mean, it's an apocalyptic experience for millions of beings when you add up all the trees and the bugs and the animals and the people. So thank you, Shauna, for bringing consciousness to that. Before we hear from our last presenter or two, those donations are still coming in. And so I'm grateful, my gosh, and there's quite a few. So I'm gonna bring back up our how to donate our GoFundMe and read off all the people that have donated since I last acknowledged them. So here we go. I want to thank Kawalani. And if I ever mispronounce your name, I do apologize. The Kawalani, Sue, Kate, George, Donna, Yanni, Deirdre, Jude, Marlene, Marjorie, Barbara. Thank you all so much for your donations. We're very, very, very grateful. You're helping to support Eric, helping to support grandmother Flor de Mayo and her seed bundling project. Very, very grateful. All right, Adora, what's your brief sharing that you wish to provide with us tonight?
Hi, I have a.
Ooh.
Sorry about that. Is that better?
No, we're still getting an echo. So you might be, are you on two devices?
I turned one off now.
Okay, great.
Okay, this will be real quick. I want, speaking of trees, well, thank you for everything. But speaking of trees, our dear friends up in Oregon, Jim and Heike, have been caretaking 222 acres surrounded by national forest. And right now there's fires creeping up towards their land from 3 directions. And so they asked that we hold their land in a bubble of light. And since there's so many of us here, the power of us all together seeing this vision, I've always seen their land as a safe haven. There are 2 creeks running through it going up into pristine forest. So anyway, if we can do a miracle, maybe all of us together. Thank you.
What are their names again?
Jim and Heike.
Jim and Heike?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's conclude by going into prayer. There's still over 150 people in the Zoom room, 45 people in Unify, 26 people on Love Coach Academy, and probably hundreds more on the various watch parties, and also our broadcast partners. Taking some deep breaths together. Maximum grace on all beings everywhere. Maximum grace for those beings who are threatened or have been hurt by coronavirus, by the wildfires, or any of the challenges we face as human beings. Maximum grace for the four-leggeds and all of the animals of this realm. And we give thanks and ask for the blessings of our ancestors. Thank you to our ancestors for the sacrifices they made to give us the freedom that we have today, the abundance that we have today. Bless us all, Global Peace Tribe, as we meet each other, as we come together. May we all have clarity of what our role is to play, even if we only know what we need to do tomorrow. For those who are blessed with long-term vision, may it be so. And for those of us who are just needing to rest right now, maximum grace. And for those of us who are only one day at a time, maximum grace. Thank you, Jay, Malian, Adora, Shauna, all of our presenters, Deborah Giusti, and we love you. Join us tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the morning, Sacred Sunday show. Love to have some of you maybe come on and visit with Zaria and I. And this is Scott Thomas saying thank you, everybody. And remember, go to the lovecoachacademy.com and fill out the survey. It's a great way for us to get to know you. And you'll hear from one of my love coaches. So go to lovecoachacademy.com, fill out that survey. Good night, everybody. Have a beautiful evening, and we hope to see you soon.